The journey of a girl starts at birth.
We're born into a world that makes us warriors.
Our first memories as we navigate our lives is sacrifice.
We witness our mothers, the givers of life, struggle to balance family and jobs and household,
And yet strive for every opportunity that was not afforded to her.
so that she can make those dreams a reality for her children.
That love and sacrifice travel with us in our legacy.
As we go through our adolescence and teens,
We start to notice that boys have more opportunities to be leaders.
But that won't stop us.
Our journey for equality and representation is never ending
Her story is a celebration of that journey.
and spans continents and shared experiences.
A sisterhood that encompasses all women and girls of color standing together.
We are African.
We are Asian.
We are Muslim
We are transgender. We are Hispanic.
and Latinx.
we are every woman and girl in the world.
We are here to represent and we are here to support one another.
And we matter.
And we matter.
And we matter.
And we matter.
Welcome to Her Story by Beauty for Freedom.
I'm Chandler Adelle, a model and activist with 6am Models. We are a proud partner of Her Story Empowerment Initiative. Today we uplift the work of the organization who created this Her Story collective and empowerment movement, Beauty for Freedom, a global anti-trafficking organization empowering survivors of human trafficking and at-risk youth through art therapy and skills training. BFF is one of the only anti-trafficking organizations in the United States founded by an African-American woman, Monica Watkins, a former model, activist, artist, and also the executive director of Beauty for Freedom.
Hi, Chandler. Thank you so much for spotlighting our little engine that can of an organization, Beauty for Freedom.
I'm so honored to be talking to you today. What was the big transition through modeling that helped you get into anti-human trafficking work?
I never set out thinking that I was going to become a freedom fighter or that I would even have to. You know, I modeled for over 25 years, and throughout my career, I've had the chance to travel all over the world. And of course, I saw the tinges of injustice. It was towards the end of my career, I became an artist, and I started traveling doing humanitarian work. Right after the earthquake in Haiti in 2011, I went there and I had a chance to see human trafficking, slavery up close in the tent villages after the earthquake where people were displaced. And I met a young girl who lost her entire family during the earthquake. She was, manipulated, coerced, and basically sold into sex trafficking and sex slavery as a means to survive. And that was such a shock to me. And I came back to the United States and really committed myself to learning more about what human trafficking was, started volunteering with other organizations that were at the forefront of the anti-trafficking movement in the United States and in Cambodia. And then, a few years later decided to, with a collective, with a group of artists and people from the fashion industry and beauty industries, to come together to start our own platform to fight human trafficking, this crisis of humanity that affects over 40.3 million people throughout the world.
Again, especially in a time where representation is just so important. So I would like to thank you in the midst of us having this amazing conversation of you just wanting to fight, wanting to learn, and wanting to just help so many people around the world, because it's extremely important, because you don't see a lot of Black women in power who want to get into these tough spaces, especially philanthropy.
We are literally one of the only foundations in the United States, particularly that has a focus on art therapy, that was founded by a Black woman, me. I feel the pressure of that, but I also feel the pressure of not being supported by the government, by these financial institutions that are giving out these huge grants to organizations that are founded by my white male counterparts. I really wanted also to be a reflection of the young girls in our community who are victims of human trafficking and survivors of human trafficking, so that they could also see that people from our community care enough to create platforms that will support their survival and their healing. Thus far, we've worked in Hong Kong and France and Cambodia and India and the Dominican Republic and Haiti and Ghana and the United States, all over the United States, working with survivors and at-risk youth, serving them through the creative therapeutic arts, art therapy, skills training, empowerment, and just uplifting them so that their narratives can turn from survivors or victims to artists, overcomers. Since we've existed, we've been able to serve all of those communities, and we've been able to serve over 3,000 survivors of human trafficking and at-risk youth globally, donating our services to the nonprofits that we partner with, and also giving hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of art supplies to schools and to foundations that directly go to survivors so that they can continue their art therapy. I just spoke with the organization that we work with in Ghana. One of the executives that basically work directly with us in Ghana with the survivors of labor trafficking and at-risk youth. And she told us it's almost a year later, and two facilities and the schools that we donated all of the art supplies to, they're still using them. During lockdown, the Safe House houses all of the newly rescued children, formerly child slaves on Lake Volta in the fishing industry. They're using those art supplies during lockdown, and that's been helping them to maintain their mental health during this time. So the impact of what we do goes far beyond the work in the moment. It continues. The stories of these children is just the magnitude of what they have been through and the trauma that they have been subjected to. I think it's really unimaginable. So I think a lot of people would not really understand the importance of art therapy in their lives, but it's vital, it's essential.
They have taken it their responsibility to make sure people like me can say their mind, and whatever it is, it's not my fault. And the way I feel sometimes, or most of the time, it's normal for what I have been through. Many are out there in the same shoe I'm wearing with no help.
I think hiking is a really cool thing because you get to walk up a hill and see an amazing view. I know it's very basic in some ways, but to stand at the top of a hill or halfway up a hill and look out and see what you've achieved is again something you can't necessarily do face to face in a therapy room. You have an experience together that's in your heart and in your soul rather than just in your thinking.
From this day, I overcame most of my fear, and I was pretty sure Miss Helen Mbamba herself was so proud of us. This one was for you, Helen Mbamba. You sure did so much for those you owe nothing to. One day, you will tell your story of how you overcome or you overcame what you're going through or what you went through, and it will become part of someone's surviving guide. So I tell you, anything you went through or going through, there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Today we want to uplift and spotlight the stories of an amazing all-women in film collective, Somewhere Films. They're proud partners of our Her Story Collective and Livestream program, and we're so honored to have them on board. Today, our conversation will feature the founding members of Somewhere Films, Anna Dobos, Shireen Hinckley, and Samaya Jafari. I just want to say thank you again for supporting Her Story. It means so much to all of the amazing talent in the spotlights that we're doing to have your support, editing and shaping the narratives and the look and the feel of this whole live stream. I'd love for you to expand on your introduction.
The industry is still overwhelmingly male, and so even to find yourself on like a majority female set is still somewhat rare, and it's something that we really enjoyed, and that's something that we're trying to always facilitate. At some point it just made sense that we were working together often and that we should just have a kind of place that we can showcase our work and just have it be unified under kind of a certain brand. It also just made sense to expand it and have it be a female-driven collective, because a lot of the people we were collaborating with just happened to be women.
I'm really excited about the future of Somewhere Films. Me and Anna have collaborated, and me and Susie have collaborated. We've kind of all been doing our things to build this sort of collective portfolio, and actually now that we have gone away and we have all invested in our projects, bringing that together now is such a stronger position than I originally thought this collective might be. And I think the more we kind of develop our connections, the more portfolio we get and the more sort of trust that we get, I think now it's really exciting to see what this could actually be or what we could do for each other as we grow. That's something that I take sort of comfort and reassurance in, that we might go away and do our own things, but there's always this sort of thing that brings us back, and what can we do to make that better?
When Anna and I travel and make films, which we do relatively often, having Somewhere Films as sort of our portfolio or our background makes it really interesting to, in different countries, try to meet other female filmmakers and meet other artists and be able to basically have Somewhere Films as this primer in who we are and what our values and both content and aesthetics, be able to showcase that kind of creates this sort of introduction. And it's, I think, really helped in that sense, and trying to meet other people to collaborate with.
I think now is like a really amazing time in human history. It's a watershed moment. It's very powerful. It's very painful, but there's like a lot of glimmers of hope. Everyone talking about equality, racial equality, and equality for women and equity. Those topics now I think are easier to discuss than they've ever been before, and people are taking them seriously. The relevance of who we are as women in the world actually matters. Whereas sometimes I felt like, for me personally, it was just always, like you say, an uphill battle just to seek representation, to be a representation, and also to be a voice. What have your experiences been with equality as women in film, on film sets and within the industry? And what do you think needs to happen so that things can change?
It's been a bit frustrating because not only the whole fee thing is like a inequality in that sense anyway, but this expectation of what a director is and how a director should be on set or in post-production that I found very sort of confusing, because I'm definitely someone who knows what they want, and I'm definitely someone who's going to get what they want, but I do it in a sort of non-arrogant, egotistical, kind of gentle way, I'd say, And I found that with my big first commercial, I got a sense that a lot of times I'd get comments like, well, you're the director. Like if I said something, they'd be like, yeah, you're the director. But I think he kind of meant it as like an empowerment thing for me. I think he genuinely was like, this is your first big shot. But actually it made me more insecure than I started off with, because then it made me question, am I supposed to come across different? And I feel like maybe a guy wouldn't have got that, or maybe, I feel like maybe I should have been in a different way. So I say that was the most sort of thing that I feel I maybe don't fit the bill in that sense of what a director should be like. And I feel like I'm expected to be something or an exaggerated version of myself,
That might actually be an opposite perspective of what other people might be feeling, because the opportunities might not even be there for them, you know? But when you do have the opportunity, now that we're in this moment, I think, you know, a lot of it started with the Me Too moment and, you know, women's empowerment being at the forefront of every conversation, that maybe people don't even realize when they're actually doing something that's like counterproductive and just telling you what you already know and putting more pressure on you, you know? But maybe it's because they're thinking they're doing something great by like giving more opportunities to women, when that shouldn't even be the conversation, because you got the chops, you have the talent, you know? And your male counterparts, you could probably, like, you know, it's not a competition, but you know your stuff and you could probably blow them out of the water. But it's not even seen as that. It's just, oh, we're giving a woman an opportunity. Aren't we great? And it's like, we're giving a Black person an opportunity. Aren't we great? No, you're not great for that. You're actually getting the opportunity because you get to work with talented people of color, women, and all that.
You know, even if I have a male friend who would be great for a position, I will usually try to reach out to a woman or ask, you know, specifically around, you know, for that, because honestly, men have twice the amount of opportunities in the industry. So it's, even if, you know, I have a great close friend and he's wonderful at what he does and everything, I know that he's going to have at least twice the amount of other men also looking out for him. A lot of times the industry really is passing along opportunity. You know, you're working on a gig for 2 months and a job comes your way. A lot of it is, who are you going to recommend for that job, because you can't take it. So in a way, I feel like Summer Films is sort of an expansion on that. And I see our future in the way that we grow is like building that network where I can point to any member of Summer Films and say, you know, she can be, you know, a perfect fit. And that's really part of where I see it going. And that's really exciting for me. Her story for me is collaborating with people who I, you know, appreciate and who understand each other. It's not about ego, it's about the art.
Her story for me is knowing that femininity is not weakness. To get to a point where being a female director or being a female editor or being a female anything in this industry is no different to being a male editor or director, and to be accepted in all the different sort of ways that you can be feminine and still get the job done as just as well, if not better.
Her story for me is being able to do what you love and being able to support yourself and have the respect of the industry in order to do it, and for next generations to consider that something normal and something expected.
I thank my mother for my hair, for my freckles that I wish I had more of, for always forcing me to wear a jacket when it's cold outside. As I know you, I would say you're shy, but when you get to know my mum, like, she comes out of her shell and she's hilarious, she's crazy, and yeah, she's just like a ball of energy.
I do try not to burden you with all my hang-ups, and because I don't want to go on and I don't want to upset you and bring your mood down.
We do sacrifice a lot for each other, and it's things like that we don't even see, like you going to work all the time. We both know what the end like result of that is. It's money, but it's also money to help you move, to help you buy paint for the flat, to get out of here, to come live, like, so we can be together. I worry about you, like when, like at night, like when I'm just indoors and I'm not, like when I'm going to sleep, I'll be thinking, oh, what if, like, you know, what if? And I don't want that what if to be something really bad, and I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, Mum's not here. It's scary, and it's very scary.
When you went into foster care, that really hurt me, and it nearly killed me. That was the hardest thing ever. Someone else making decisions that I should have been able to do. Someone else taking you to school, dressing you, doing your hair, and yeah, it was really hard.
We didn't have long together, really, and we didn't have time to even really spend together, and time that I could remember because I was a child. But I'm glad that it happened in a way, because it makes me the person who I am today.
When you used to come and stay for the summer holidays with me in Plymouth, I weren't just seeing you and you'd have to go back to foster parents. I used to love it when you'd come down, my flat was alive, and I felt I had a purpose. Doing your washing, cooking for you, and just caring for you, and that just gave me joy, being your mum. I thank my daughter for her love.
Letting me make my own decisions.
Her humour, her understanding, for her respect.
My craziness.
For her confidence. I thank my daughter for letting me be mum. Thank you, Alexis.
My name is Elaine Kwok. I'm a model based in London, and I'm making my first short film for her story. The film is titled Wax and Wane. Making this film kind of reconstructed my perspective of the human experience as well. Basically, the journey is the destination.
My name is Joel Gumbe. For me, the act of making, to be creative, has always been as well as a catalyst, a coping mechanism to deal with my emotions. I'll create in a way to appease whatever internal struggle might be going inside. This year, in a way, has been a big lesson on humbleness. I wouldn't have been able to have done my first project, Crimson, early this year if not from the help of like-minded friends.
I just want to do things that my purpose and inherent nature align. That's the only reason I'm here.
it's time for change. Stop the waste, do no restraint. In this state, you've been there too long. We don't have long. My body wants to rest.
I'm feeling really tired from this quest. But then again, one should not protest. Otherwise, all remains the same, all retains the same. Living life on the shelf, also being someone else. I was looking for a lost connection. How do one find something's possession? I sense this real emotion manifested. Then I die, they die, she die, he die, we're gone. In this plane of existence, my path should be seen. I was lost, gone, constrained with a chain in my mind. Until chance intervened. The beacons intervene. Reach within, steer ahead. Be in silence to persist.
I'm Monica Watkins, founder of global anti-trafficking organization Beauty for Freedom, and it's an honor to produce Her Story and uplift stories and incredible work of organizations like Stand for Education, a South Sudan-based organization dedicated to empowering women and girls and providing access to education for underprivileged children. And Stand for Education was founded by Mari Malik, a successful DJ, model, and actress living in New York City. And it's such an honor to be here today and to be able to speak with you, Mari.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
I guess maybe I want to take a bit of a step back and talk about, just to give people a context of what the sort of emotional, physical, and political landscape is in South Sudan.
Today, South Sudan is the youngest country in the world. We became independent in 2011. We were Sudan as one country, the biggest country in Africa, and then it divided into two. The war has been an ongoing war since the 50s or so. And it has been a fight over autonomy. So now, as of today, we're still going through the struggle, even though we have become independent. So Sudan had divided into two. North of Sudan is called Sudan, and then the south is called South Sudan. About 60% or more are women in the country. 50% are children under the age of 18. 80% of South Sudan is unable to read or write.
What is the actual journey of a young girl in South Sudan?
The journey of a young girl in South Sudan is similar to mine. This is why I started this nonprofit organization, and we focus on girls' education. Girls in South Sudan are not prioritized to have access to school. They are more prioritized to become wives and to give birth. That's it. So their journey is really helpless and it's voiceless. There's no way for girls to even have a voice or stand up for what they want to. An average girl in South Sudan is going through poverty. She gets married at the age of 12, sometimes even younger, and she has a lot of kids, maybe by the time she's 16 already. So we created this organization to provide these girls with an opportunity to be able to have access to education so that they can pursue their dreams and they can become empowered women.
When we brought you into the whole Her Story event and told you what the premise of it was, like, what were your thoughts on women of color uplifting one another and supporting the artist community? Like, how did you feel about that?
I felt all for it because I think it's time not only for women of color, but for us globally to just pay more attention and to be able to support one another, especially those people that are of color. So I was super excited and so down to do this event and come together with my sisters.
don't even know what I did with my water, to be honest with you.
Yo, smoking everybody's cigarettes, drinking. I was like, this water is really cold. I was like, I think this is mine. Yeah, that sounds clean as fuck. You could tune this, you could put the auto-tune on this. Legacy, 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 legacy. I've been on my grind. The only thing I got protecting me, making it last is the remedy. Legacy, 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 legacy. Running out of time. My grandfather always kept telling me, all that you got is your legacy. Legacy, 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 legacy. It's cheap. So much my energy, I'm way ahead of me. Putting the words on myself to infinity. Even try to make peace with my enemies. In the end, it's just making a better me. Think it's super money to check for me. Legacy, 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 legacy. Infield, ain't catching me. Slipping, it ain't my destiny. Cause I'm alive, over time. But we still ain't always the remedy. Legacy, 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 legacy. I've been on my grind. The only thing I got protecting me, making it last is the remedy. Legacy, 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 legacy. Running out of time. My grandfather always kept telling me, all that you got is your legacy. Legacy, 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 legacy.
South Sudanese is my identity, is who I am, and I feel like my parents, they raised me to be, strong Black women, to hold my ground, and also change the world that we're living in. With being South Sudanese and in the modeling industry, it's still taking a little bit more time. We're not there yet, but I feel like we're doing better than what we did like a few years ago. I never see anybody that looks like me, curves needs to be more represented, plus size models that are my skin tone. Girls will look up to that and see that they can do it too. Giving back to others is a huge thing that I want to do as well, because, without the people around me, my family, and, back home we have family in South Sudan, we help them as well. And I feel like with the modeling industry, it goes hand in hand. I don't just want to be a model. I also want to be a role model for other girls to look up to. And, not just sticking to one label that fits you, but that you can do everything you put your mind to.
As an ambassador for Stand for Education, I think girls' education matters in South Sudan because many girls are not given the chance to go to school. Giving access to education to these girls will open another world that they never in their dreams thought they would see. Every minute of life is an opportunity to learn something, and it's truly something divine. Women and girls in South Sudan have little voice, and we need to invest in their education because it is their right. Her story is the story of my youth and the young girls in South Sudan, and I dedicate my poem, The Black Elephant, to them. Thank you. There are 3 types of people in this world. The ones unwilling to unfurl. They don't believe that issues like colorism and discrimination are real. These people don't hear others hurt or believe the way they feel. Don't see that the simple things like the pigment of your skin can help you lose or help you win. Don't know that microaggressions aggressively stick. Building walls that separate brick by brick. Sitting at an isolated dining table, reading and rereading their fables. Then there are those who won't speak out. They don't seek out. These things aren't worth talking about. I may get judged for the way I feel, the way I share, or how much I care. When someone says that's not a problem, don't you dare. These feelings go through the stomach to the soul. No wonder why mouths stay closed. So they ignore what's in their face, going with the flow, letting the wind blow out their backs, thinking they've let it go. but it leaves a trace. The comments stick, so they build up their walls brick by brick. Walling in emotions that never left, a healing conversation's death. Brainwashed that nothing will change, it's not worth trying to rearrange. The expectation society holds, instead of black and white, silver and gold. Brushing issues under carpets with a broom, they just ignore that black elephant in the room. The elephant is here, see if you dare. The last group holds those of us that are aware. We used to hide our burdens, not sharing a word. We recover from not being heard, so we speak, don't stutter. We try to uncover what has been hidden by others. We want to break down the walls, point out the elephant they refuse to see. But this mess is complex, the order is tall. Sometimes we just feels like me. This group is small, but it grows every day, revealing those things that need to be told in many different ways. We speak about issues you never heard of. We ask about how your day was and listen. We let people vent, but also challenge the system. From things that are big to things that are small, we point out the elephant, we break down the walls. No labels should define who we are. It's a bad deal. This separated us from the start, so how do we heal? We can't erase the system we have now, so how? First, we must come as one to understand what we have done. To undo this curse, we must engage together and converse. Talking to one another about our differences shows just how distinctive we are. It's a gift, because our differences don't really separate us that far. It is us that create that rift. Being silent won't do much. We have too much beauty in the world to ignore such. If you have built a wall to ignore, you'll have to tear it down. But we will help you if you will come around. If you have built a wall to protect, you can no longer deflect. But all of us will get our feelings hurt. We will feel defensive. We will reflect on how the system lurks in the day-to-day and the part that every one of us plays. It will help us question our definition of pretty. Why those with blue eyes and skin that's fair? Why not those with dark skin and kinky hair? Discussing issues that matter will make enough space for every color and every race. The lighter Africans, Hispanics that are dark, Southeastern Asians, there's beauty in every part. This discussion will affect those that speak all dialects: Spanish, French, Japanese, and even Arabic. These issues aren't just in English. The elephant is no longer there when we speak. And only then will we have a world that's fair. We treat each other with love and respect. This is the most important aspect. The gift of diversity is from God, our God. And speaking is acknowledging His creativity, being awed. All made in His image, one visage, all nations. Delight in the infinitely broad kaleidoscope of creation.
Tomorrow I have another show. It is 5 minutes away from this place. So my client is saying that as you have show tomorrow here, so why you are going back? You should stay, and I can manage a good place for you to stay. Then that's why I was thinking, should I go back or not? And then he's saying that no, you should go back because you have husband and your kid there. Otherwise, your husband will have some trust issues, or maybe, he's saying that don't create any problem in your family.
Hello. Thank you. So today we have the brightest, the hottest, and the most promising DJ Sonica. Thank you. Don't miss that chance. All that you need fans. Don't miss that chance.
DJ Sonika, and people knows me as the first female DJ of Bangladesh. I'm very loud when I'm working. I start screaming. I can't be nice to them. They will never listen to me if I'm nice. In a country like Bangladesh, basically it is a Muslim country. So DJing is not that much allowed here, and we do not have any club here. This organization, which I'm doing the DJ for, they have many workers around the world. That's why I have to mix all kind of music from Uganda, some from Afghanistan, some from India, some from Pakistan. So that's how I'm going to collaborate it. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. She said I'm looking beautiful. That's very nice of her. 2, 3, এখন কটা? 4, 5 hours. Oh my god. It will take us 5 hours. Are you crazy? Yeah, because it's too much traffic. Left. These type of music, most of the Bangladeshi people likes this kind of music. They are very much into Bollywood music. Bangladeshi people, they love Bollywood music. After I finished my tent, then I thought that I will be doing law, but it didn't happen. And then I started doing some tuition-y, like tutor, as the guy I was working under. He was not nice to me. He was like, all the guys does to the girl. So then I got very offended, and I said that I'm never going to do any kind of job where I will have a boss and he will try to do this and that with me, and I cannot deal with it. I started thinking, how can I be my own boss? How? And yeah, this is how it happened. And if you can send it to the room, then it's better. Otherwise, we can go to the restaurant. Okay? But please try to send it to the room, okay? Thank you. All right, bye. I think you should appear in front of the people only when you're performing. But before that, if people sees you, then the charm is not there, that's why. That's why I try to hide myself always. Only in the meantime I appear. Here I am, in action. When I started DJing, I never used to do so much makeup, this and that. The more famous I'm getting, the more makeup I'm using. As they're paying for me, a good amount, so they should feel that, they're hiring something expensive, something glittery, shiny, glamorous. জি ভাই, ঠিক আছে, আমি জানাচ্ছি তাহলে। হ্যাঁ 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 কোন দেশি আচ্ছা। I get done with the gig, I gotta go home. Somehow I will just change my dress, wipe my makeup, and then I have to go and check my daughter if she is okay. I have to change her diaper, make her food, make my husband some food, and I have to be awake no matter how tired I am. I have to put my eyelids with the scotch tip. I'm not going to wear it while I'll perform, while I'll be spinning, because it gets slippery. She's wearing a bra. Her bra stripe is showing. It's like a big issue. There was a time in my area, I was the only girl who used to come late at night. So there was one guy who was in one of my shows. He liked me, but I didn't like him. That's why I didn't talk to him. So that's why he got so angry, and then he sent 25 guys with guns and all in my apartment, and calling the landlord that just kick her out from the house, this and that. And they wanted to prove that I'm the bad girl because I come late at night and it's not good for the society, and other girls will follow me and they will spoil their life being a DJ. Well, when I saw 25 guys and I'm alone standing in front of them, I could do nothing, and I told myself, Sonika, either you have to fight back or you have to die. And I knew that it was a trick. I knew that I had no backup. I knew no political powerful person. I knew nobody who could save me. So I knew that they could not allow a girl to become successful. I miss my kids whenever I'm away. My mom used to tell me that, Sonika, if you are a DJ, then I don't think you will get married to a good guy, or you'll get married in a good family, maybe. It's been only 1 year that I left my family. After I got married, my husband used to live with us, and then after my daughter came and we shifted. It's been 1 year. But in Bangladesh, we cannot imagine living without our families. Finally, we're done.
Simon?
I can't breathe. I'm so tired.
লাইট অফ করেন, এই লাইট অফ করেন। আপনি কি প্লেয়ার অন করে রাখছিলেন ব্যাটারি?
No, the car isn't starting. The battery isn't working.
He's gonna kill me. হ্যাঁ 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 ঠিক আছে, আমি তাহলে বাসায় যাই, আমি কাল এই তুই যাবি না, কোথাও যাবি না।
Nice experience.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're pushing it in to the road. Please work. Work, my God. Come on, come on. Oh, no. Oh, man. Everyone is so tired. I'm tired. They're like, we can't do it again. Bangladesh. It's a tea stall. So we'll have some tea and then we'll start the journey again. Yeah. And I hope that we can go back to our home. Yeah. Yes, you are the lucky one. After you got down, then it started.
What is magical about our people?
No, I don't need no more opinions. Too many people know it all. I'm trying to money up my business. You're trying to walk before you crawl. So you don't know nothing about me, but you got all of the advice. You should admit that you're just like me. You get a turn to roll the dice. So you like splits right back to back. We chasing highs, we back to black. We gotta find some place to be free. Cause they line us up right back to back. Some nervous cop kills black to black. One moon away from insanity. So did you hear the latest news? They changing up the history they teaching in the schools. They changing up the policies, they switching up the rules. They want us to be locked away, but we the chosen few. They changing up the policies, they switching up the rules. They want us to be locked away, but we the chosen few. I wish somebody had the answers. I wish I always felt this high. Wish they stopped killing all our leaders. Wish we could all give love a try. But I don't even like my damn self. 2 or 3 times out of the day. So just admit I think my heart fell when every lover went away. So I'm like splits right back to back. I'm chasing highs, we back to black. I gotta find some place to be free. Cause they line us up right back to back. Some nervous cop kills black to black. One moon away from insanity. So did you hear the latest news? They changing up the history they teaching in the schools. They changing up the policies, they switching up the rules. They want us to be locked away, but we the chosen few. So did you hear the latest news? They changing up the history they teaching in the schools. They changing up the policies, they switching up the rules. They want us to be locked away, but we the chosen few. Where am I going? Where am I going? I know I'm golden, won't let them take my light. About to fold and feeling so frozen, but man, you're golden, don't let them take your light. Where am I going? Where am I going? I know I'm golden, won't let them take my light. About to fold and feeling so frozen, but man, you're golden, don't let them take your light.
What is magical about our people? Everything.
The experience for me as a refugee kid from Sudan moving to Egypt and then the United States, at first I was very confused. I remember just playing outside with my friends one moment, and then my mom comes home and the next thing I know, we're on a train heading to Egypt. My mom, she took myself and my little brother through a war country to Egypt to basically get to a sense of freedom and get to this level for better education and just life. So that within itself, my mom is, to me, my real life superhero. One day we just started talking and I was just like, hey mom, I know I have this one career that's going on here, but I'm not really feeling it. And I'm thinking about just quitting my job and, us coming to America as refugees. I feel like I should, take more pride in where we come from. And I want to put us in the light. I was like, I'm going to just quit my job and just take a chance and go become a model. Other African parents would be like, I don't know what you're on, but you need to stop it. My mom looked at me, was like, you know what, you should have done this a long time ago. You have the capability. I don't see why not. Anything you do, you'll succeed. So I moved to New York and just grounded myself with a mission. Even till now, I feel like I'm on a mission. So when my career finally did get to that level, I was like, what can I do to reward this, amazing woman who I have the privilege to call my mom. She hasn't seen her mom in forever. I know she's such a mama's girl and she always about family. So I was like, let me do this for her. Reuniting them together to me was like the most accomplished thing I've done. My grandmother has her home who she turned into like an orphanage, where she's basically taking care of a bunch of refugee people in Uganda. These kids who have become really good friends and also a big brother too. I was talking to them about their journey of, are you in school? What grade are you in? And I'm picking a lot of their brains and they start sharing with me the journey of how they get to school. You have some waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning just to almost do like maybe like 3 hour or 2 hour journey just to go to school. So that's a total of at least, 5 or 6 hours on the road just to go to school for about 2 hours of education. Unfortunately, in our culture, women are not looked upon as, deserving of education. And I feel like it's such a idiotic thing within itself because everybody needs education. You're raised up towards marriage and not getting your education and going on to do something else. Working with Mari for Stand for Education, I've seen the importance of it. Those girls, they deserve so much more than what is being provided. My dream for the youth of my country, have the belief that you can be whoever you want to be. For me, when I said I was going to go become a model, I'm following my dream, and it's just like I wish more people would do that. For me, her story is my strong grandmother telling me the story of going through 9 civil wars and not showing any sign of weakness while discussing this event to me with a smile on her face. Her story is my aunt back home reminiscing of the same wars that my grandmother been through, and she was 14 years old, them being stuck in the wood, there's gunshots going off, staying low, running from rifles, bullets. My mom also being there in that journey. Her story is about this journey that is bigger than me. They started with my grandmother, they went to my mom, they went to my aunties, and then I've been put in this position to tell her stories.
Yeah. Don't love, I want sushi for breakfast. Come and see me popping out in a section. Turn you on when you see me acting reckless. Ices on my neck, pull up baby flexing. Don't love, I want sushi for breakfast. Come and see me, got you flying over Texas. Turn you on when you see me acting reckless. I might blow a check, pull up baby flex. She got long hair wearing pomade. Look like a model, so I know she kinda selfish. When she walk, took it straight out of campaign. First I make a move and then she tell me what the next is. You got everything I'm missing. Go on, baby, show me. Oh yeah, she on the team but don't got no competition. Okay, let's take it to the movie and don't love, I want sushi for breakfast. Come and see me popping out in a section. Turn you on when you see me acting reckless. Ices on my neck, pull up baby flexing. Don't love, I want sushi, yeah. Come and see me, got you flying over Texas. Turn you on when you see me acting reckless. I might blow a chick, yeah. Oh, you know girls like me. A girl like me. I got different color money, yeah. When I see you, wanna buy you things, oh yeah. When I see you, yeah. You got everything I'm missing. Go, baby, show me, oh yeah. She on the team, I don't got no competition. Okay, let's take it to the movie, oh nah. Hey, hate to see you getting played, getting scammed now. What you doing with your man now? What you doing, what you doing, yeah. You could never break my heart. 9 years. Yeah. Hey. I can never be the way you want, the way you see me. Lost all privilege when you weren't where you say you'd be. Up in the truck, hit him a rider. I'm with the gang, we finna slide on. Watch you kept thinking it's tough. You know I've been in my bag, don't need to ask. I ain't like you did it, I know. Oh yeah. Got you in a lie, I don't need your reason why. I know, yeah. Got you in a lie, yeah. Let's go. Boys lie all the time. I can't believe it. Boys lie all the time. About anything. I pull up on you with the gang and got you throwing up. You wanna smoke, it got you choking up. No one's superior to me, the money going up. Look like the athletic team, the way we showing up. Why you lie like that, ooh yeah. Your EVS don't even shine like that, yeah. My intuition got a sign like that, ooh yeah. Caught you in a lie, I don't need your reason why. I know, yeah. Caught you in a lie, I don't need your reason why. I know, yeah, ooh yeah. Caught you in a lie, yeah. Let's go. Boys lie all the time. I can't believe it. Boys lie all the time. About anything. Boys lie all the time. I can't believe it. Boys lie all the time. About anything. Oh yeah. Really fucked up. Lately I've been pushing my luck. Feel like you setting me up. Thought we had something special. Scrolled in, so you cupping up. I've been in my mind. You're acting out of line, babe. I shouldn't care anyway. Lately I've been pushing my luck. Feel like you setting me Finishing rule one, baby, you're that. She gon' bite back, like how you really get mad. I won't overthink, got me in church praying over things. Really doesn't matter if we float or sing. Devil look better when you on your knees. Oh, you've been chasing that cloud, don't really wanna be there. Worry about somebody else, you say you wanted me here. Can't believe you blaming me like you're flawless. I shouldn't care anyway. You do everything I hate. You get away with that. Oh yeah, gave you everything I had. I took your bag, baby. You do everything I hate. You get away with that, baby. You gave you everything I had. I took your baggage. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
When them dead man, them get buried like
The circle of dance is a permissive circle. It is life, it is brothers and sisters. The bending of the spinal column, throwing of the whole body backwards. And throwing the whole body
spinal column, throwing of the whole body backwards, becoming the form of liberation, the need to exercise oneself, to express oneself. The circle of dance is a permissive circle. It protects and permits.
Is that even legit? That's not legit. Can't even do that.
The circle of dance is a permissive circle. It is life, it is brothers and sisters. The bending of the spinal column,
throwing of the whole body backwards, becoming the form of liberation. The need to exercise oneself, to express oneself. The circle of dance is a permissive circle. It protects and permits.
It protects and permits.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here in Dana Point, California, in the USA, and I wish a good evening to you, Adele, and to everyone in Kenya, Africa. I'm Anna Furaha Tembo, a model and activist with 6 a.m. Models. We're a proud partner on the Her Story Empowerment Initiative. Today, we uplift the work of an incredible organization, the Adelle and Onyango Initiative, an organization that creates programs that help equip African youth with skills needed for the job and business markets. It also runs a free group therapy program for African women who have survived rape.
Thank you so much, Anna, for that beautiful intro. I'm very honored to be here today, talking about issues that are not only important to me personally, are not only affecting my country, Kenya, but are also problems that different countries are facing as well. So I think these are very important conversations for us to have. I have been a radio presenter in Kenya for 10 years, and I've been on radio shows that have been targeting the youth. And when I'd hang out with some of the listeners, some of them would say, hey, I'm not in school, but it's okay, just because their parents couldn't afford to pay for their tuition fees. Some did not have any papers because of lacking the financial push that would enable them to then get jobs. Some, because of the rise of the social media access, were starting businesses, but because they did not have any skills or knowledge on how to run a business successfully, the businesses were failing, and so they couldn't take care of themselves or even themselves and their families afterwards. And so in terms of trying to understand the youth in Kenya and what issues they go through, that's where the Adelle Onyango Initiative was born. We're doing our part in giving young people the skills needed to be able to run businesses successfully. Basically, they're social entrepreneurs because they're solving problems in their communities while earning a living from it. The other thing that the Adelle Onyango Initiative does is work in the space of sexual violence. And this is because I myself am a survivor of rape. I think these programs were born from anger, I would say, because I didn't hear anybody talking about rape. And that was in 2008. The conversations were not being had, and I had faced a lot of victim blaming. Therapy and psychosocial support in my country, Kenya, is very expensive. And when you have survived trauma, it is not a luxury. It's something that you have to get. And I've been trying through friends who are psychologists, using Facebook to connect survivors to free therapy. But last year, we finally made it into a proper program, which is a Safe 247 program. And it's a 14-week free therapy, group therapy that is, for survivors of rape. And we've just recently extended it to survivors of other forms of sexual violence as well.
What is the importance of women of color in philanthropy supporting one another?
So I think it's very important for women of color who are working in the philanthropy space to really come together because first and foremost, it offers support to each other and it offers visibility. That's what I think is a very key part of the Her Story movement, is that you have all of these women of color in their various communities creating projects and programs that are solving problems, but haven't really received visibility in terms of what they're doing and haven't really received either the funding or the backing that they need to be able to continue doing these programs and pushing these programs forward and across their countries. And so I think that, for me, is what's really important about the Her Story movement.
What's the next step for you and the Adelle Onyango Initiative?
I mean, for this initiative, what I'm so thankful for is the progress we've made with the Safe 247 program so far. I really wanted us to spend as much time as possible to create a good program, and we've done that. So in terms of the funding that the Adelle Onyango Initiative would get through Her Story, the funding would help us be able to scale this program to the various counties in Kenya. So it just means we're going to be helping a lot more survivors in Kenya, and I'm super excited about that.
I'm just extremely honored to be able to speak to you and hear your story and I appreciate everything you do. So thank you so much.
I never really looked at myself and thought I was unique. I felt unique on the inside because of who I was, but it wasn't my exterior shell that made me feel like I was different than other people. Oddly enough, I wasn't really bullied in school. A lot of my school experiences have been very pleasant, and online is where I was met with a lot of people who were, just kind of trolling, looking to get a laugh, trying to gain relevance by poking at somebody else, and that's when I first experienced that. And it was really interesting because I grew up so strong within myself at a younger age. When I was around 15, 16 dealing with this internet bullying, it didn't feel as real to me, and I am very lucky and privileged to have had the support system that I did, because I know a lot of people would not have been as ready to handle it as I was. So when people started making fun of my freckles, they would be like, she looks like a banana or a poppy seed bagel or a cookie. And in my mind, I was like, these are all really delicious things. I'm really not understanding how this is supposed to hurt my feelings. But at the end of the day, I also don't like to be the expense of somebody's fun. And I was like, okay, what can I do to remove myself from this situation, but also handle it in a way that I'm not always like clapping back at this person? And so that's when I was like, you know what? I do look like a banana, and that is totally cool. Anything with spots, I will gladly take it. I think that my impact via social media is sort of inspiring others and inspiring others to take a stand while using their platforms. I definitely am slightly an activist in forms of communicating via social media, but I don't nearly do enough of the day-to-day work that some of the true activists are doing. So I think with what I do on social media, it mainly impacts others that are like me or feel like I don't know what to do, but I know I need to do something. I was really inspired to write my essay, Shrinking Myself, because I think, just throughout my entire life, but specifically during this quarantine, because I have had more time to spend with myself and kind of get in tune with myself, I had been noticing a pattern of never really giving myself the flowers that I deserve, or never just valuing myself. And we have a tendency to believe that our accomplishments and our achievements and our accolades mean that we are good people and mean that we are successful people, when in reality it's really who we are, our community, how we support one another, how kind we are. Those are the true things that measure who you are as a being. Coming into the modeling industry at this time of inclusion and diversity has been its own roller coaster. I think that people expect the new generation of models, the new generation of the inclusive girls and guys as well. I think people expect them to be 10 times as grateful for half of the work. While I love inclusion and diversity, I would prefer if it was mindless inclusion and mindless diversity, which I've said multiple times. Because I think half the time when I'm included, or one of my plus size friends is included, or somebody that has darker skin than me is included, it's tied to a conversation of like, how did you get here? What hoops did you have to jump through? Can you tell me about how much you were bullied as a kid? What adversity did you face? And then it's kind of backhanded, because when we see, the tall, beautiful, skinny white girls who are the more traditional girls do these campaigns, it's never tied to an interview about like, what all did you have to go through to get here today, and can you tell people how hard you fought? When it comes to representation in the media, in the fashion industry, just in the world overall, I feel two things. I feel hopeful because of the things that I have seen take place within my adulthood in these past 4 years of myself in the industry, but I also feel a little bit tired because I feel like a lot of the things that we are asking for and a lot of the things that are necessities have been overlooked for so long that by the time some stuff does happen, it's kind of like, well, it doesn't even feel the same because we begged so long for you to include these people. We begged so long for you to value these people that now I don't even know how much you guys mean it. Is this because we've beat it into your head so many times that you're like, all right, let's finally just do what we're constantly being asked to do? I've had times where I felt very fed up with having conversations around my freckles and around like my story of coming into the industry. And I talked to another girl with freckles about it, and she was like, you may get tired of it, but there is gonna be a younger girl who's gonna see what you have to say and it's gonna mean something to her. So that's kind of where I feel hopeful, in a sense that while maybe from a corporate standpoint, it's not coming from the place that I would like it to come, regardless, is if a little girl sees that image, or if a little Black boy sees that image, he might see it and be like, that could be me. Her story means love and connection and communication to me. I think that we have a lot of conversations that are very surface level with a lot of different publications and a lot of different corporations, and her story is, to me, genuine connection beyond surface level, getting deeper into how we are feeling as women, how we are feeling as women of color, how we are feeling as, non-binary LGBTQ. I think it's really diving deep into how we're feeling, sharing where we are at, sharing what we've gone through, sharing experiences in order to create that legacy on for the next generation.
What's up, guys? My name is Sebastian Michael. Really happy to be here and support this benefit and this cause. For me, Black women are everything. I was raised by a Black woman, so I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for a Black woman. So to me, I think we always gotta uplift and protect our queens. Support businesses, support, new ventures that people of color come up with. I think is super important. So I'm really happy to be doing this, and any way I can support and uplift, I'm there. We're gonna go straight into it. The first song we're doing is a cover by Outkast. It's called Prototype. Check it out.
Girl, if not, you are the prototype. Put tiptoe to the sun. Oh, and give things. I know you're not. I think I'm in love again. Oh, baby. Think I'm in love again. In love again. In love again. Oh, today must be my lucky day. Oh, baby, you are the prototype. I wanna do something ordinary, baby. Like catching anything. You are the prototype. Think I'm in love love again. Think I'm in love again. Think I'm in love again. Oh, think I'm in love again. Oh, love again. Yeah, think I'm in love again. Think I'm in love again. So in love with you, baby. I'm in love. Think I'm in love again. Oh, in love with you. I think I'm in The rain on my window pane reflect the faults in my life. It's ironic I say you fake depression and look at me now. Look at me now. I'm stuck in my mind. I'm trying to put it back in motion. Oh, wait, why? It's kinda hard to function with this dope in my face, going broke these days. All the haters trying to put it back in motion. Yeah. It's time for this moment, revelation. Nothing, thought it would ease the pain. God, close the door so you kicked it in. I see what's in front of you. There's an opening. Your blessings got your name right on it. Too busy playing this game. Ain't nothing waiting on you. Save yourself, getting help's the only way about it. Put it back in motion. It's kinda hard to function with this dope in my veins, going broke these days. All the haters trying to put it back in motion. Thank God for this moment of revelation.
Her story is truly about sisterhood and celebrating women from diverse backgrounds, and we're so excited to feature our transgender sisters of color and share this space in celebration of these incredible women who are breaking barriers, changing perspectives, and advocating for equality. Today on our Transgender Women of Color Celebration and Liberation panel discussion, we feature 4 amazing women. Jessica Zaire, social activist, model, educator, public speaker, and transgender advocate and activist. Mila Jam, pop recording artist, trans activist and actress. Victoria Beltran, activist, actress, and artist. And Giselle Extravaganza, artist, activist, musician, and house mother of the House of Extravaganza. Ooh, I'm so excited about this conversation today. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you. I need to give you a round of applause. I'd love to bring in Victoria Beltran now, who actually curated this entire panel, and it's such a beautiful beautiful panel that you put together. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to share my journey with you guys, and I wanted to share their experience with me and how they feel their lives have changed and how their lives have grown with me being a part of it as a trans person, and to help other children and youth and people out there struggling with families.
Being in like the fashion and beauty industry, I remember growing up and like wishing that I would be beautiful in all of these ways, but like I never even seen beauty represented in that way. And I think that's something that like a lot of Black women, like regardless if they're cis or trans, can relate to as well. Like in the South, like whenever I saw something that was advertised as beauty, a lot of the time it wasn't. She didn't look anything like me. And like that's outside of being trans. Like, you know, I had to grow to love like my hair and my skin and all of these different things that like we're conditioned to believe are not worthy, not deserving, not valued, not beautiful.
People always ask me, what's it like to transition? You know, and I always say, well, I don't know, what's it like for you to transition? Because we're all transitioning in life. We're not the same person 5 years ago. We won't be the same person 5 years from now. We are the same soul and the same energy, but we grow. And I feel like we're all transitioning in our own way.
I do think that, you know, trans people are gifts. I always say this. I think that we're gifts that are often overlooked because we're misunderstood. But if you really get to learn, you know, who we are and spend time with us and have conversations with us, I really believe that you'll just grow to look at the human experience in a way that it's just, there's so much to learn, and there's a lot that we can teach the world. And I think that we're also messengers. The message is that our experiences are usually the most undocumented, unreported, and undiscussed, when I think our insight to what we experience in our journey and going from, you know, point A to point B in our transitions, I think those are things and those are tools that most people could benefit from and use, because like Victoria said, we all go through transitions. We all change, you know, every 7 years, every 13 years, whatever it is. And so why wouldn't something that a Black trans woman says be relevant to the masses?
It's about educating people and teaching people that we're not different from you, you know? I might not be completely one way, but I'm part everything, you know? So at the end of the day, I'm Black, I have white, I have Native American, I have everything in me. That's a different experience than somebody who's African American. That's a different experience than somebody who's white. You know, we all have our different experiences. What to me is respect. Respect is my number one thing, because a lot of people lack respect. They lack respect for other people's beliefs. They lack respect for other people's experiences because they believe that they are superior. They believe that they're worse. They believe this and that. And that's the same thing that comes with the foundation of some of the religious institutions that have engraved that in people's minds as well. It works in all worlds. It's not just white, it's not just Black, it's all of us. Every culture needs to fix their problems. Because I grew up bullied by Black, I grew up bullied by Latinos, more than white in my whole life. As I said, we have to be very real about what we go through, and we have to be very clear about it. Because if we want to make change, we have to be real about what we're speaking.
I transitioned at 17, so I was a senior in high school, and it was the middle of my senior year. I was just thinking about, like, I didn't want to be miserable anymore, and I had to take this step. And, like, you know, there was a time that it was really difficult for me to look at that androgynous stage, I guess, like before I started hormones and before I kind of started my, you know, medical part of my transition. It was difficult for me because I feel like those were the times that I experienced most of the discrimination. And so a lot of those photos reminded me of that time. But I think in a sense, it's like a lot of those experiences made me who I am today. I'm very intentional with the way that I move throughout the world. All of those experiences made me who I am and gave me this passion to like be visible and talk to people and, you know, try to educate them and just let them see and inspire people to just like be themselves or accept their families for being themselves.
It was a moment for my father to come around at first, and the day that I was going off to get my surgery with my mother and I got on the plane, he looked at me and he said, I'm losing a son, but I'm gaining a beautiful daughter. And it always stuck with me that he said that, because it was a challenge for both of us to see eye to eye. Maybe it was me not coming to him and saying, hey, how are you? Or maybe it was him doing the same, but I was in fear that he was ashamed of me. It was a shame thing. And then guilt comes into play because you feel like you're putting this on your family as well. It's like you go through the transition, but so do they.
Art is where I found my peace. Art is the way that I can express myself without anybody saying anything to me and just have my own personal relationship with that art. Art has influenced me, and music has influenced me, because when I was always feeling down or depressed, music, the most beautiful music, would lift me. A song would lift me and get me out of depression. I would look at a painting and it would make me feel good. If you hear somebody singing, or if you hear somebody painting, or they're doing anything that's beautiful or artistic or expressing themselves in any form, you fall in love with those people. You start to rationalize with those people. You start to say, that's beautiful. Regardless of whatever you think or what your opinions are, or what your religious belief, your how you grew up, what you were indoctrinated to believe, that all goes out the window when you see a beautiful work of art. It doesn't matter where the art piece comes from. If it's beautiful, it's going to connect with you. So art and music has always been a deep source for me to kind of escape the world.
As an artist and as a writer, when I have conversations with songwriters and producers, we always have discussions about the most intimate topics and things you want to discuss are the most important, because those will resonate the most with people. I do believe, like when Nina Simone talks about the purpose of an artist is to reflect the times, I think that's something that I have to really consider when I'm doing my music and my work and my art, which is the reason I created songs, that I've written, like Masquerade, Twilight Zone, like a song called Bruised that I wrote dedicated specifically to trans women that have been murdered and may or may not have survived domestic abuse, and how that affects us across the board. And even as a trans woman speaking about trans women's issues, it's a women's issue. It's not even just trans women, it's about all women. It's about Black and brown and Black and brown women as well.
Her story as a concept in practice, right? Coming together as like a global community of women, and particularly women of color, uplifting each other, and what that makes you feel. And do you also feel honored and loved by other women? Because you should.
To me, to be part of her story is to be connected, to finally feel heard and seen and loved. And sometimes all of that you can get lost, and you can feel not connected to the universe right now and the world, everything that's happening with hate, and there's so much hate. And I feel that her story shows love and compassion and empathy and power and opportunity, and it's a fight. And the fact that we can all get together and hold hands through this is beautiful. We're all connected, and it's a way to show the world that we're here, and we want to help, and we want to help the next generation, and that's what life's about.
All of this idea of unity and sisterhood and this togetherness, I feel, is really important, because even if we may share these some similarities and be able to relate on certain things, we do have these really unique perspectives and these really unique stories and ideas to bring to the table, and all of them are just as worthy, just as valuable.
Her story is about the connection and bridging the gap between sisterhood. I think it's so important to have sisterhood, and sisterhood is what keeps us all wanting to strive for more, strive for better, to be seen and to be heard and to be cared for.
Her story is our story, you know. Being able to communicate to the world what the issues are and letting them see what the issues are is very important. And communication, love, and respect is the way to go for everyone. Sharing love, sharing respect, sharing our stories is what's going to make us grow. It's what is going to educate people, and that's what the story is doing.
I just started from the ground, really. There was really no foundation for me over here. This mission, I felt like whatever I did needed to be a bridge between art and fashion and humankind. I came here for school first, and I ended up staying. I obviously fell in love with everything. I'm middle class Mexican. I'm not a trust fund kid. So I honestly finessed the heck out of my way here, to be honest. Like, this was the ultimate finessing plan of my entire existence. And over the past few years, it's been a back and forth with myself, thinking that I make the right decision. But I'm in love with challenge. I have a passion for what I'm doing, and I guess, I mean, life is hard as it is. You might as well turn it into something and put some purpose in your hustle. So I really love what I do. I'm a multidisciplinary artist. I work with mostly acrylics. I'm a fashion artist. I'm very influenced by women, by my Hispanic culture, melanin, like white hips, big lips. And it's really about bringing that badass version of yourself and just like showing up for life and being fearless. It's a burden to be Hispanic and coming to America. We're not represented enough to be able to come to the US without trauma and have those opportunities. Migration can be what changes your life forever. It can be really traumatic. I just want to change that for future generations. I do want to pave the way. Right now with the COVID and the struggles that racial injustice, police brutality, I mean, killing of LGBTQ community literally left and right, recklessly, televised, and then walk away with impunity. I mean, these things have made me really reconsider if I want to be in this ugly, ugly reality. But it also makes me think, like, where are you running away to and where is it better? This is a global crisis. You are exactly where you need to be. With the COVID hitting, I've never been more desperate. I had to become vulnerable and just be like, I'm gonna talk to the people that follow me on social media that I know they have been following with my art. Maybe some of them I don't even know them, but I'm gonna just be vulnerable and say, guys, I'm desperate here. I'm not receiving any unemployment insurance right now. You know, it just feels so like at risk. You're like, oh my God, I need to be protected. When you talk to people from a vulnerable place and from the heart, you have a way better chance for people rushing to help you and wanting to create this, like, you know, bubble around you to help you. So we just need to start talking a little bit more and normalizing that it's okay to be one down and needing help. My art is healing to me. It gives me the ability to touch more lives than I could if I was doing anything else. I think that's my superpower. To me, her story is our story. It's a story that's been deleted off textbooks, and it's a story that we are reteaching our children and reteaching ourselves. To me, her story is like reaching down to the very core of our essence and finding that female, like, radiant energy. Her story is something that is gonna touch lives. It's gonna change lives.
not hard to figure out if you pay attention. There's people that have known me for years and they still don't get me. My sense of normality was my mum maybe having an epileptic fit, or maybe her having a freak out or psychotic episode, but I called them freakouts because it was just easier for me to process, and just if there was someone like a friend in my life, I'd just explain it like that to them. I didn't understand the terminology of what an epileptic fit necessarily was, or even schizophrenia, until like I had to, like, my mum had to sit down and explain to me, when I have a fit you need to get these tablets, this fit could trigger off this is the type of epilepsy I have, it is triggered da 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 da. I am a young adult carer. I care for my immediate family, so my mother, father. So for them, they're diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and yeah, it can get intense. So I don't have to, like, for my mom, I just have to go to her house and check up on her, see how she is. My dad, who's looking after him so forth, because he lives in residential care, as well as my brother. I just like go there and just check on their paperwork, oversee what they're doing.
I was projecting this kind of energy because I felt so shit about myself, and I used to talk, like, in my head I used to say things to myself, like look in the mirror and just be like, oh, like, you can see your beard, or you've got spots, or, you know, things like that. And it was just like, I need to actually just stop doing that. And yeah, at the end of the day, that's minor. The major problem for me is feeling like I can't talk to people, and feeling like I don't have friends, and feeling like it's, you know, I'm too embarrassed about my illness and the side effects of it to have a boyfriend or be open with people.
Like, you kind of feel like you're not normal. You're not a normal young person, if that makes any sense. It makes you quite mature, especially like when I was young. Like, a lot of stuff in my life happened. I just used to sit down and just draw for hours. Art has been my coping mechanism I've used for all my life. I need to create art to help me continue my role effectively.
Over there is my official one, but I do most stuff in my bed. I even paint my big canvases in bed. Polycystic ovary syndrome can affect the chemistry in your brain. It's very hard to predict, and it's very hard to control, because it is to do with your hormones. You can wake up in the shittest mood and not really have a reason for it. And a lot of it changed my interpretation of, like, my femininity and, like, what I should be like to be a woman. Because when I was 18, it was like, oh my God, I'm getting hair on my face, no guy's gonna want me, all of this stuff. And then you actually have to just realise, like, that's dumb, because the only reason why people are gonna deter from you is how you project and what you project.
Being alone kind of like makes you go a bit into your head, and it could be like a tipping point. So yeah, man, I've always got to, like, have something to do. I love anything UV, very bright, metallic. I love colour in general, because it makes me very happy, it makes me very uplifted. We live in London, it's a very dull and grey place. People are quite miserable, they're very stuck in their own thing, they've got a lot of stress and anxiety, a lot of stuff, work trouble, people are going through a lot of stuff all the time. What helps me cope with London is colour. What helps me cope with the darkness in my life is the light. So the colour is the light.
That's a really old one. Because a lot of this stuff started out as doodles. I've stopped using straight lines and I've stopped trying to be so kind of symmetrical. I just want it to be balanced. I did a series called the Cystic series, which is just basically the piece that I did when I first kind of had that epiphany. Like, it is what it is. All I can really do in this life is work out a way to live, to be the healthiest person, be that mentally and physically, and that should be my number one priority.
I look at a lot of conceptual artists, and I look at space design, and I look at the practicalities of art. How can art improve your mental health? Because this is your brain center. It helps me to navigate through the clutter.
This is a song called When Will We Know? Stuck on the phone, dear. How will we know when you're near? Though we've had our time alone, wasting, facing, chasing. What more can we find? I was alone here before you called and I came. Every song I sing makes me, breaks me, shakes me far from all my pain. Every morning, dear, every hour of the day, I swear I see the case of you wanting to basically take all my shame. I know I'm alone here, stuck up inside my own way, but every song I sing makes me, breaks me, shakes me far from all my craze.
Got on the tree and got older. Out in the song we're meant to sing, oh, praises to the King. That makes
makes me wanna be with you. Oh, when my wake is weary, I know there's a golden part of us. Oh no, don't say you're sorry, days have gone by. Oh, where did all the time go? All the things I never did, the words I never said. I've been trying to say the thing I felt I needed to say, but all the things it gave me fear I tried to push away. It's like it rains and then sun clears on an afternoon like this. It's like something keeps glitching here. I'm stuck in the same place. Oh my, 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 my. We live inside our own dreams. We analyze our own themes. We look inside our own means, then characterize others' feelings. We realize our feet to constantly repeat. Oh, are the things that we need to defeat. The fear of moving What will it be when we take it there? What will we see when we get there? What will it be? All that we can be. What will we see when we get there? When will we know? When will we grow? When will it show? I will never know. I will
This last song is a cover of a song that's been sung for many years. It's kind of just been on my mind. It's kind of a hard song to sing or get through just because it has so much history. I think it's very appropriate for right now in that there are a lot of issues that seem like they're just so deep inside of our society that it's hard to know when we're going to get past them or how we're going to get past them. But I think that the idea that we will and that we always will is kind of one to hold on to, even though it's really hard to a lot of the time.
Deep in my heart, I do believe someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. I may not know how long it will be, but someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. Someday we'll all be free. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday.
Heritage echoed. Heritage echoed. Difference is loved. Difference is loved. New shade born. A new shade born. But we knew nothing, to lead us. Our foundations woven with doubt. Twisted with distrust. Patterns formed. Patterns repeated. Push. Push. Pull. I latched onto you, too somber. You withdrew, the minutes withheld. You quantified. I weakened. And in the end, we said, what about our hearts? You said, tell me what you hold inside it. We said pain and sorrow.
He said stay with it. The wound is where the light enters you.
Is where the light enters you.
Her story is truly an opportunity to uplift the stories of culturally diverse communities globally, and it's been an honor to share these stories. We're expanding our programming to include the voices of powerful women of color in fashion who are changing the perception of design, modeling, and philanthropy in fashion while changing the world in incredible and impactful ways. Today, we have the pleasure of speaking with model activists Deandra Forrest, Lyris Cross, and Jasmine Carthen.
As a model, you want to work. And I try to give the tools and the knowledge to help empower the next generation of models. I have my very first book. It's called Make the World Your Runway. And it was inspired by my time, truthfully, on Project Runway.
I'm Deandra Forrest, and I am a model, a mother, an actress, and an activist. And I've been in fashion for over 11 years now, which has given me the opportunity to see the industry change in many ways, being more inclusive now than when I first started 11 years ago. There weren't any models with albinism, and it was big for the fashion world and for myself, confidence-wise, to be a model, to be seen as beautiful.
I'm from LA. I'm from born and raised in Compton, California, and I moved to New York on a whim because it just made more sense for me to come out here and follow my dreams. And literally the first thing that I booked here was Project Runway. I get on the show and it's myself, Lyris, and Monique, and we're 3 plus size, brown skin, dark skin, Black women on, a nationally syndicated television. And then Lyris and I were able to go on and win the model portion of the competition together. And it was just an amazing experience because the sisterhood that we built there was something that, that is unmatched. It's time that the fashion industry reflects the world that we see. When I step outside my house, whether I'm on the East Coast or the West Coast, I see a diverse group of people from different ages, ethnicities, backgrounds, abilities. And that is something that we're supposed to see in fashion. How are we supposed to preach for representation or have the guise of representation if we don't actually act on that?
I want to ask all of y'all this question. I think it's really important. Being a woman of color in fashion, do you feel you've been challenged by the lack of equal opportunities and support for models and creatives of color in the industry?
I think it was Lyris was talking about not being able and going through the challenges of with hair and I experienced those same challenges. Going natural, going from relaxed hair to curly hair. I've shown up on set plenty of times, and there would be stylists who had no idea what to do with my hair or suggest that I just relax my hair again because it would be easier for them to manage. And I just felt really insulted by the lack of respect that the industry had for Black models and for Black hair and for brown skin or different shades, not having the proper tools for us to do our jobs, even with being paid unequally. To find out that a white model got paid more than you, and it's not that they've had any more experience or that there was any particular reason that they got paid more. It really brings you to question, why is that?
That's why I'm very proud of the work that we're doing with Models for Change now, where we have a petition going and we're trying to bring pay equity to models. We're trying to get fair treatment for Black models, which is inclusive of hair and makeup, making sure that the hair and makeup teams are able to adequately do our hair and makeup. We're also asking for 15% representation on agency boards.
We have to continue to have this conversation where it's not a one-time thing, like we keep bringing it up. We start to really hold these people accountable who have posted the Black squares and their inclusivity statements. Let's really challenge it so that way we can really create the change that we want to see.
I think we need to be conscious buyers. What brands we are supporting, where are we spending our money? I think that's really important. And once we really get serious about supporting Black-owned businesses or brands that support us and believe in the same things that we believe, I think that'll also help create a lot of change. I think it's sometimes you have to go the extra mile or spend the extra dollar, but it's very well worth it. So to me, her story means that your voice matters, what you have to say matters, and you should be able to use your platform to say it. There should be, in whatever industry or path you want to walk in life, that there should be space for you, because there is enough space for all of us. You matter. You're valued.
We as women are so powerful. We are so layered and beautiful and awesome, and we are all vital.
I grew up not seeing anybody who looked like me in television and fashion and things like that. So to me, I'm that representation for the next little girl who wants to look up to something.
Beauty undefined represents freedom and purity of being to me. I've always thought that beauty was more of a feeling rather than physical aesthetic. Beauty is how we feel and how we see the world. It's just something that we carry within ourselves. It's just who we are. I think when we are creative, and me being an artist at heart myself, it's really important for us to be aware of who we are as people. It's a very humanizing aspect. With sex trafficking and slavery, it's very dehumanizing, and it's all about objectification. To be a part of this cause is really important to me because I think the world needs to be more aware of the problems that exist not only within our lives but also in other people's lives. And socially, I think we need to be responsible for taking care of each other. It's really cool that we can raise awareness to help bring arts and creative aspects to people who are directly and indirectly affected by this, because the arts is really what makes us who we are, whether people realize it or not.
I'm the founder of the 370 Foundation. One experience that really prompted me and really is a key factor as to why I'm doing this was I was a junior in high school and my house caught on fire and I lost basically everything. My family was displaced. Unfortunately, a family friend had passed away along with the house. Being so young, just watching everything your parents have worked so hard for just go up in flames really put a lot of things into perspective for me.
My name is Joshua Mead. I'm the co-founder and chief communications officer at Elevate X Media Group. Growing up with a single mother, watching her struggle and never fail to persevere really sparked my interest and motivation to start my own business, give other people a platform to reach the masses and give people motivation and inspiration to reach their goals. Me and Bree have actually been friends for I'd say about 10, 15 years now. And I think that seeing Bree's, journey beyond the fire and beyond all the hardships that she had to deal with because of it, really inspired me to, want to work with her and help her push her mission.
Food insecurity is something that I've dealt with personally growing up. So I can recall being as young as 6 years old and standing online for Center for Food Action, getting food before 4 p.m., going from school, elementary school, straight to the food bank to get food, and then watching my mom make dinner from it. So I know that this is a reality for a lot of people. I orchestrated my own Stronger Together food drive here based in Englewood, New Jersey, my hometown. And for 3 days, I collected monetary donations as well as food donations. And I was able to donate it to the Office of Concerned Food Pantry at St. Cecilia's. It's a church in Englewood that I've also received food from growing up as well. And, donating the food and seeing the families on that line really took me back to a place that I had to experience, my mom had to experience, my sister had to experience, my family. And I'm just so thankful that I am privileged enough today to stand here and be able to give back. Her story is a place for women to share their stories, their experiences, their adversities, and their struggles. Her story is a story of my grandmother, her story is a story of my mother, and now her story is the story of me.
I would describe cultural appropriation as taking something that has cultural, spiritual significance and stealing from it.
Cultural appropriation to me is when you make it a costume and it's not coming from an authentic, genuine place.
Something from a culture is being used without proper reference.
Cultural appropriation in my own culture, being a black woman, my hair was definitely quite a hot topic. It only took people or celebrities of a certain colour to make these hairstyles almost seem respectable or seem trendy. That for me was kind of like an insult.
There was a phase where everyone wore keffiyehs, not really realising what a keffiyeh was in any way, which is like a traditional Palestinian scarf, associations with political alliance, and it became like a wider fashion thing.
When I see artists diving into Chinese culture and they're kind of using it in a way where, is this anything to do with your narrative? Is this just merely an accessory, a trend to your work? That's when I feel it's getting a bit inappropriate.
You can't just pick and choose what you think is cool from their cultures and use it to make money.
Call out culture is a bit crazy, so if you're not careful, you might get caught slipping.
Cultural appreciation is when you actually work with the people from the culture that you're taking something from.
I'm inspired by this and I also want to contribute to this culture as well.
The type of model high fashion brands use in their campaigns indicate who their target market is.
If you're very inspired by, say, Moroccan culture, put a North African model in your clothes.
Good example of somebody doing it right is Fenty. Bella Hadid came out in a yellow lingerie, but there was a headdress kind of reminiscent of a hijab. The fact that she used the Palestinian model reflects the lack of backlash.
There are already so many people doing whatever you want to do, and they will do it 10 times better than you can.
Big fashion brands can avoid having these types of backlash when they get people from the culture to consult.
I don't feel like there's actual need for another person that isn't part of my culture to now go and represent. Just let the people that are actually of the culture talk.
It'd be so easy for brands to give these people a platform and a voice and say, we really appreciate your artisanal skills, hire them to make the garments.
So if you've taken inspiration from a certain culture, make sure that everyone knows the story of where it came from, how it came about.
A small interview, just giving credit towards that, I think makes the whole difference. What I feel makes people so angry when, you're not really acknowledging what its actual roots are.
How did you make this a space that is more about them as well? Because a culture doesn't exist without its people.
When you know where you come from, you can have two results of feeling pride of it, or you decide how to feel, you something negative. But I think you have to know the story for deciding how to feel. I have heard and I have seen some people who don't even know that here in Colombia they could find black people. I consider that there is still some ignorance. People expect you to eat seafood, to know how to dance, to have an accent. Like, I'm from Buenaventura, I should have the accent from there, and I don't have it. So when I talk to people, they're like, the first question they come out is like, why don't you have the accent from there? And I'm like, why should I have it? Like, they are not interested in the story because of the reason I don't have the accent. They just expect you to have it, and they are impressed that you don't have it. And they say this, like, eres un negro chiviado, like, you're fake, you're a fake black. And like, when I'm like, I don't know how to dance, or I don't like salsa, they're like, but if you're negro, you should like it. And I'm like, well, I don't like it, but I'm still black.
We're walking towards the terminal, getting ready for the trip to Cali. We're going to meet with our activists today.
Soy activista social por las comunidades negras, soy estudiante de licenciatura en Historia en la Universidad del Valle y pues ese es mi trabajo que vengo realizando hace rato por las comunidades negras en Colombia. Los que hegemónicamente han tenido la facultad de estar y tener el control y el dominio del Estado colombiano se han empeñado en perpetrar durante mucho tiempo, ¿sí? Es un proyecto, las élites lo han dicho. Las personas negras no son consideradas para estar en este contexto social y cultural que se conforma Colombia. Y desde allí ha sido a través de la exclusión que se le ha negado el acceso para todos los derechos que tienen que ver con una vida digna a las comunidades negras. Ha sido muy fuerte y también nos ha tocado a sí mismo como comunidades afros alrededor de todo el contexto nacional luchar para que nuestros derechos y nuestra perspectiva de vida sean cada día más dignas.
Y usted como activista, ¿a qué consecuencias debe enfrentarse en su diario vivir después de este tipo de protestas?
El Estado colombiano a través de sus 2 siglos de existencia ha sido un Estado asesino, opresor. De eso no se escapa ningún activista o líder social en este país. Es prácticamente una cruz, por decirlo así, con lo que hay que cargar al momento de establecer las acciones pertinentes para establecer unas condiciones dignas de las comunidades negras en Colombia. En Colombia es el país, creo que más vulnerabilidad de derechos humanos se tiene y donde más impunidad se tiene sobre todo lo que sucede en contra de las comunidades negras. Actualmente la matanza que hay de líderes sociales que viene hace mucho tiempo se ha ensañado con la comunidad negra y eso no lo están visibilizando y lo están ocultando como más se pueda. Pero lo que es ser activista o líder social en nuestra comunidad es un riesgo muy grande que hay que seguir, pero que estamos dispuestos a pagar el precio por nuestras actividades y seguir avanzando como comunidad negra en Colombia. Los patrones culturales que nuestras comunidades siguen sosteniendo son a partir de la ancestralidad que han sostenido otras comunidades. Muchos traemos muchas prácticas que son arraigadas en nuestra comunidad y las seguimos manteniendo y es prácticamente un despertar de todo ese acervo que antes nuestras comunidades supieron mantener para hoy fortalecerla con nosotros como comunidad. También las comunidades negras, a partir de sus muchos esfuerzos por salir adelante, han hecho y han contribuido en muchas ocasiones y en muchos aspectos a que esta situación mejore. Pero creemos que también nosotros como comunidad podemos dar un poquito más para seguir avanzando como comunidad. Pero en total, en lo que se refiere, es un proyecto de nación de negación absoluta hacia lo que es la diferencia y el reconocimiento de las personas negras en Colombia. Creo que nos avisora un buen tiempo, a pesar de la arremetida del Estado en contra de nosotros.
David, we've just had that really interesting interview with Cesar. Some really interesting things that he pointed out. Is anything that really stood out for you in particular?
Yeah, 2 points in particular. He said that he means to say, I don't know how to explain this in English, but he means to say that the government is not like supporting black people. It's like they are not part of our community and we are not part of that community, so we ain't getting that support. And although there is some support for black people, for the black communities, there is still much to improve because there in some way the people don't get to know the support they can apply to. And it was something that he also said before, because I asked him if it was a coincidence, the fact that many of the places where the majority of the population is black, they have this economic level. It's not that good. You see that they don't have water the whole day and all those things. He said that it might not be a coincidence. So I would like to know a little more about it in some way.
David and I continued our journey onwards to Chocó, which is a department in Colombia with the highest proportion of Afro-descendant people in the country. We made it to the main city of the department, Quibdó.
A model and an activist with 6am Models. We are a proud partner on the Herstory Empowerment Initiative. Today, we uplift the work of an incredible organization, Tiwale, a youth-founded and led community-based organization in Malawi focused on supporting women and girls through educational, entrepreneurial, and economic opportunities. Tiwale's founder and executive director, Chumba Ellen Chilemba, started Tiwale at 17 years old to end the vicious cycle of child marriage in Malawi.
At Tiwale, our main focus is education and creating entrepreneurial opportunities. In terms of education, we've created programs around after-school work support. We also have a library program where participants can come in and sort of use our library school resources. We also have educational field trips, as well as bringing in various guest speakers or people in different careers just to share what it looks like being in sort of their career pathway, and in a way also inspire our community. In terms of entrepreneurial programs, we mostly work with younger or older women in this aspect. Programs such as our microfinance, where we give out microloans which are interest-free and help young women start businesses. With the sewing program, right now it's actually come in handy where we've had some of our graduates come back to Tiwale and help sew face masks which are being distributed to critical workers all across Lilongwe, Malawi. We're primarily just a space to bring together a community and build each other.
Knowing that there is an issue of child marriage in Malawi, how would you describe the journey of a young girl in Malawi?
When we started Tiwale in 2012, child marriage was still legal, and it was one of the main aspects that we started Tiwale. Because child marriage was legal and because primary school education is free here in Malawi, while secondary education has this fee, what you would see is that there's this massive dropout between primary and secondary school education. And this has been common for some time. Child marriage was only criminalized here in April 2017 and officially has been going into effect. We're still yet to see it at a space where you never hear about child marriage because it's in the law now, but still the message is still yet to get to other populations, especially those in the rural spaces. And so for young women, and even now it's worse because of COVID-19, where you're seeing those aspects sort of coming back, where because there's no more school, the option, not option, but rather the talk of child marriage keeps coming up again, where you're seeing more and more young women also encouraged to just marry because now schools are no longer happening, people are out of school, and families are under income stress. They can't afford to feed their whole family, and so usually the girl child is seen as someone who can easily be disposed into an early marriage.
What do you think is next for Tiwale? What do you see for the future?
In terms of what's next, is just trying to get creative about our programs and being in a creative, innovative space, but that's not rushed, that's taken with heart, with soul, with care, and with community.
Hi, my name is Melody Angel. I'm from Chicago. I'm going to be doing a couple songs today. The first song, I just want to dedicate it to everyone out there that's fighting for equality. It's a hard road. It takes a lot out of us all. And I just want to make sure that we're all taking the time to center ourselves and keep our faith, stay hopeful for a better future. This is a song called The Change Gonna Come by Sam Cooke.
I was born by the river in this little old town. Just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, oh, but I'm afraid to die, 'cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. I go to the movies and I go downtown. People keep telling me don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother. And I say, brother, help me please. Oh. And he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, there was a time when I thought I couldn't last for long, but now I know I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know, yes I know a change gonna come. I know a change gonna come. Oh yeah, I know a change. I know a change. It's is gonna come.
Whew. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna tribute this next song to Breonna Taylor. I've been doing a running protest since May. I've been running every day. Every single morning I get up and run for Breonna Taylor, and as a daily reminder to the people that follow me that we still have not had justice for her murder. And when I thought about what song to do for her, I immediately thought of this song by Tracy Chapman called Fast Car, because it's basically a song about a black woman that's just trying to live her life, just trying to make a life with somebody and build a family and a good life for herself. And that's all Breonna Taylor was trying to do with her life. And so I'm gonna sing that song right now. Hope you enjoy it.
You get a fast car, I got a ticket to anywhere. Maybe we make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we can make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car, I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. We don't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city, and you and I can both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. Same old man's got a problem. Live for the better, that's the way it is. He say his body's too old for working. Say his body's too young to look like his. So mama went off and left her. Said she wanted more to life than he could give her. Said somebody's gotta take care of him. So I quit school, that's what I did. I remember we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, felt like I was drunk. City lights laid out before us, and it felt so good up around your shoulder. And I had a feeling like I belonged, and I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. Fast enough so you can fly away. You gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or live and die this way. You got a fast car. We could go cruising, entertain ourselves. You still ain't got a job. And I work at the market as a checkout girl. But I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted, and we'll move out of the shelter, buy a big house and live in the suburbs. You got a fast car. You got a job that pays all our bills. You stay late drinking at the bar. See more of your friends than they do your kids, and I'd always hope for better. Thought maybe together you and me would find it, but I ain't got no plans and ain't going nowhere. So take your fast car and keep on driving. You got a fast car. Is it fast enough so you can fly away? We gotta make a decision. Live and night or live and die this way. Live and die this way.
I really appreciate you guys listening, and just stay hopeful. Keep up the good fight. I mean, we got to stick together. Unity is the key.
Long before we were taught that the arts were not as important as medicine, we danced our way to healing. We danced to please and force our gods to open the floodgate for rainfall. We danced to welcome the newly born, and we danced to bid farewell to our dead. In this new world, the very arts that were woven into the fabric of our lives is slowly being relegated to something of the past. In this next artistic offering, Jason Otu, a scholar, dance practitioner, and choreographer from Ghana, and his team, the Odiko Royals Dance Company, perform an indigenous dance, Kete, from the Ashanti tribe's royal court in Ghana. Kete was a dance done after a victory at war. Today and every day, as indigenous people, people of color, and diverse communities, we celebrate our majesty, our victory over inequality, injustice, and oppression.
I am a survivor. I was sold when I was 12 years old to the brothel. I needed someone to come and talk to me. I needed someone to come and ask me. I needed another choice. I couldn't go to school. I had been sold. No help came. I am a survivor. I want to stand up now and work to help others. I want to be powerful. If we don't stand up for one another, who will stand up for us?
Hi, my name is Mariama Diallo. I am a model, actress, and activist, and I'm also the founder of Sincerely Ria. Sincerely Ria is an apparel brand that is focused on making women feel empowered in our clothing and also embracing their higher self. I really wanted to create a community where we can celebrate each other After working in fashion for so many years, I realized that the fashion industry and the beauty industry makes money off of our insecurities. With me being in the forefront and being the model, I felt like I had a responsibility to change that. I can't just be the pretty face that's selling something. I had to start thinking about, what am I doing? How am I affecting this younger generation? So I really wanted to create a space to just celebrate that. I grew up in Guinea, West Africa. Growing up in Guinea was a little different because it is less developed than most countries. I had to get acclimated to the language when I moved here and also the luxury. I remember coming to America and just being amazed. Everything was different. The first place we went to was McDonald's. We were super excited. I remember growing up and trying to find where I belonged. I had came here at an early age and I felt like I wasn't American enough. And when I would go back to Guinea, I wasn't Guinean enough. So it took a while for me to find a place that I felt like I belonged. As soon as I did, I got into fashion. And fashion has been amazing for me. It has opened up so many doors. But I do remember having a similar feeling when I started modeling because, again, I was at a place where I felt like I didn't belong. I would usually be the only woman of color at a job on set. Even now, I've been modeling for about 8 years, and it's sad that even when there are Black models on set, there's usually not another Black creative behind the scenes. No one that's making the decisions is a person of color. Although we have advanced a lot in fashion, I feel like we have a long way to go. These microaggressions at work, microaggressions, especially towards Black models, is a huge problem. And I remember multiple times where I would get in the chair and they'll just say, "Oh, you look perfect, you don't need anything." When the other model, the Caucasian model, has a full face bead, she has lashes, she looks stunning, but because the makeup artist didn't have the right tools to do my face, I had to suffer. I had to look bad, and if I speak up, then I'm considered difficult. It has happened to so many of us so often, to the point that it's a part of it. And if you don't even see the issue in that, then wake up. When I work on set with Black makeup artists and Black stylists, I feel so protected. She would come and do my hair, ask if you're okay. Just the level of care was so different than what I was used to that I remember going home and just feeling good. And it's so sad that that's not what everyday is, just because of the color of your skin. It's definitely been a journey. It's been a journey, but I'm glad to see that we're moving forward. The fact that we're having this conversation and that we're using our platforms, and it's an incredible thing. So I'm very hopeful for the next generation of models. One of the first things I wanted to do as soon as I got some kind of influence was find a way to give back. Models Against Trafficking is an organization that I started working with recently, and our main goal is to raise awareness. There's a lot of predators online using social media, and they're coming at aspiring models, aspiring creatives. They're out here scouting. They're sending girls shady DMs about potential opportunities. And what we really want to do is share that this is happening. A lot of people are not aware. A lot of young girls, they're targeting young girls. So our main goal is to just raise awareness and to let people know that this is out there. If you have an opportunity and you do want to go, bring a friend, call someone, make sure your friends have your location, do your research on these photographers. I urge everyone who wants to get into this industry to just do your research and be careful, because these people are out there. I've been fortunate enough to have had mentors and people in my life that have guided me, and I think it's important for me to do the same for the next generation. I'm getting chills just talking about it, because it is such an important issue, and I feel like if not us, then who? You know, if everyone in the world felt like somebody else is going to do it, and that it's somebody else's problem. When is it ever going to get done? When is it ever going to have a chance? So when it comes to philanthropy, I think it is all of our duties. I think we are on this earth to serve one another, and I think we are all connected. Her story to me is sharing the legacy of these women, and it's important to pass it on. And it's just beautiful that we have this platform where we can go and hear these stories, the celebration of just these amazing women, and unprogram ourselves from what we learn and what we know and what we've been taught. We're all collectively waking up and embracing every aspect of our journeys, and we're sharing it. And I'm so grateful that Beauty for Freedom created this, because there's such a need for it.
What's up, everyone? This is Sitri here. I was born in Chennai, India. Grew up in the Bay Area. I'm in the Bay right now. Been here for the last 7-8 months on lockdown. It's an absolute honor to be a part of this. I believe that women are at the very center of existence, the human experience. Being a brown man, the women in my life around me have really deeply impacted the way I look at all aspects of my life, how I approach my artistry, and I think I really learned empathy and the necessity for digging deeper than just the first layer, through the women in my life. So it's, again, such a pleasure to be a part of this. Silently, the world crashes before me, and suddenly everything I ever knew crumbles before my eyes. Blue porcelain, tucked away in a paper tag. All those intricate calamities so perfectly etched into my eyes. Everything I've ever loved has suddenly drifted away from me, and I don't know what I would do if I lost you too. Lost you too. Oh, lost you too. Oh, you said to me, the truth exists beyond the sky, the heaven and hell and everything. You bid farewell to live inside. Oh, everything I've ever loved has steadily drifted away from me, and I don't know what I would do if I lost you too. Oh, lost you too. Lost you too. Oh, promise I'm being honest. Please believe me. Oh,
please don't go. Promise I'm being honest, please believe me, oh. Promise I'm being honest, please don't go.
The next song I'm going to be performing is titled Fugitive Thoughts, and it kind of explores the way social constructs box our minds into a space that doesn't really allow us to self-realize, thereby keeps us from realizing and understanding the world around us. Here's Fugitive Thoughts.
Criminal minds trying to find silence in the concrete, refuge in the time spent walking away or sitting in place. Walking away, trying to escape. So you drift away to that tiny little place in your brain. Drift away to that tiny little place in your brain where it's all okay. All okay. All okay. All okay. All okay. Innocent hearts diluted all the way down before they even come out and breathe into this world. Oh, why do I feel like my head's spinning? This room here is burning. Let me go and drift away to that tiny little place in my brain. Drift away to that tiny little place in my brain. Drift away to that tiny little place in my brain. Drift away to that tiny little place in my brain where it's all okay. All okay. All okay. All okay. I just wanna be the kid that my mom once knew. Don't wanna believe that it's true. I've become who I am.
I'm going to finish this up today with a South Indian classical piece. I come from a discipline of Carnatic music, which is Indian classical music from South India. And this piece is in my native tongue, which is Tamil, taught to me by my mother. She's my guru. And I'm going to mainly do this a cappella, just have a drone of D sharp going. Shivanarmanam kulira Upadesa mantramiri Savimidilum pagarsai Gurunada Shivagama sundaritan Varabalakandanin Sayale virumbi ulam ninayamal Avamai kondulagil Viruda alainduralum Ladiyanayan jalyana Varavenum Harivagamum peruga Idaranadum tolaya அருஞான இன்பமது புரிவாயே நவநீதமும் திருடி உரலோடு ஒன்றுமறி ரகுராமர் சிந்தை மகிழ் மருகோனே நவலோகமும் கைத்தொழு நிஜதேவலங்கிருத்த நலமான விஞ்சை கதிர் விளைக்கோ தேவயானை அங்குரமின் மணவாள சம்பிரமொரு திரள் வீரமின் ஜுகது வடிவேளா திருவாவினன் குடியில் வருவேள் சவுந்தரிக்க ஜகமேல்மை கண்ட வீரல் பெருமாளே அவமாயை கொண்டுலகில் விருத அலைந்துழலும் அடியேனை அஞ்சல் என வரவேணும் அறிவாகமும் பெருக இடரானதும் தொலைய இடரானதும் தொலைய அருஞான இன்பம் அது புரிவாயே ஜகமேல்மே கண்ட வீரல் பெருமாளே. Peace, all love, no hate. Thank you so much.
A lot of people say, when you have been raped, why you don't tell? Who want to say it? Who want to share about that? And who understand about that? When I was in the browser, I tried many times to ask them help. But no one helped me. No one helped me.
Before we see the trafficking is in front of us, but right now the trafficking is, really indirect. Every day I wake up, I see the young women and girls who are victim and survivor, who are close to me, like Sinawan. I have a chance to sit down and working with them every day. So this is my courage.
For me, my heart is to help the victim from sexual slavery, because where is my life is to empower victim to become survivor, but at the same time empower the survivor to be a part of solution. When I go to the center and asking my girl, what did they like? And they say, Mommy, I love painting, big art, because everything, I don't thinking much. I just put everything in the painting. All the painting that you teaching them, you participate with them, because it's not just going as a teacher, you're teaching them, but you put your heart in.
Art therapy sessions sometimes even help us with our narrative exposure therapy. For instance, a child has been sexually abused and he or she is not ready to talk about it. We just have to give a crayon and a paper, and in course of coloring, you'll be able to know that, okay, so this child has been through a lot of terrible experiences.
Remember, there is an issue of self-esteem. So this work with Beauty for Freedom, the art therapy, the art project, helps these children to have improved self-esteem, to hope and to dream.
The objective of Project India is to bring the arts and photography and all kinds of creative energy to children who have very little access to it, and to bring it to them in a way that they will never be separated from any of this. And I see value in that because I received that from my parents.
Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. What you guys are creating is an education.
If you have a voice where other people do not, then you have to use your voice to defend those people.
It doesn't matter if I have on jeans, skinny jeans, a mini skirt, a bustier, a bikini, or I'm played out not wearing anything. It is not an invitation for rape.
I believe that we have such a huge voice to use. We don't have to wait for the next best president or for the next great senator or government to change things for us. As creative beings, we have one of the biggest voices to change things, and we have the power to be involved.
I'm Chandler Still, a model and activist with 6 a.m. Models. We are a proud partner of Her Story Empowerment Initiative. Today we uplift the work of the organization who created this Her Story collective and empowerment movement, Beauty for Freedom, a global anti-trafficking organization empowering survivors of human trafficking and at-risk youth through art therapy and skills training. BFF is one of the only anti-trafficking organizations in the United States founded by an African-American woman, Monica Watkins, a former model, activist, artist, and also the executive director of Beauty for Freedom.
Hi, Chandler. Thank you so much for spotlighting our little engine that can of an organization, Beauty for Freedom.
I'm so honored to be talking to you today. What was the big transition through modeling that helped you get into anti-human trafficking work?
I never set out thinking that I was gonna become a freedom fighter or that I would even have to. You know, I modeled for over 25 years, and throughout my career, I had the chance to travel all over the world. And of course, I saw the tinges of injustice. It was towards the end of my career, I became an artist, and I started traveling doing humanitarian work. Right after the earthquake in Haiti in 2011, I went there and I had a chance to see human trafficking, slavery up close in the tent villages after the earthquake where people were displaced. And I met a young girl who lost her entire family during the earthquake. She was, manipulated, coerced, and basically sold into sex trafficking and sex slavery as a means to survive. And that was such a shock to me. And I came back to the United States and really committed myself to learning more about what human trafficking was, started volunteering with other organizations that were at the forefront of the anti-trafficking movement in the United States and in Cambodia. And then, a few years later decided to, with a collective, with a group of artists and people from the fashion industry and beauty industries, to come together to start our own platform to fight human trafficking, this crisis of humanity that affects over 40.3 million people throughout the world.
Again, especially in a time where representation is just so important. So I would like to thank you in the midst of us having this amazing conversation of you just wanting to fight, wanting to learn, and wanting to just help so many people around the world, because it's extremely important, because you don't see a lot of Black women in power who want to get into these tough spaces, especially philanthropy.
We are literally one of the only foundations in the United States, particularly that has a focus on art therapy, that was founded by a Black woman, me. I feel the pressure of that, but I also feel the pressure of not being supported by the government, by these financial institutions that are giving out these huge grants to organizations that are founded by my white male counterparts. I really wanted also to be a reflection of the young girls in our community who are victims of human trafficking and survivors of human trafficking, so that they could also see that people from our community care enough to create platforms that will support their survival and their healing. Thus far, we've worked in Hong Kong and France and Cambodia and India and the Dominican Republic and Haiti and Ghana and the United States, all over the United States, working with survivors and at-risk youth, serving them through the creative therapeutic arts, art therapy, skills training, empowerment, and just uplifting them so that their narratives can turn from survivors or victims to artists, overcomers. Since we've existed, we've been able to serve all of those communities, and we've been able to serve over 3,000 survivors of human trafficking and at-risk youth globally, donating our services to the nonprofits that we partner with, and also giving hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of art supplies to schools and to foundations that directly go to survivors so that they can continue their art therapy. I just spoke with the organization that we work with in Ghana. One of the executives that basically work directly with us in Ghana with the survivors of labor trafficking and at-risk youth. And she told us It's almost a year later. And two facilities and the schools that we donated all of the art supplies to, they're still using them. During lockdown, the Safe House houses all of the newly rescued children, formerly child slaves on Lake Volta in the fishing industry. They're using those art supplies during lockdown, and that's been helping them to maintain their mental health during this time. So the impact of what we do goes far beyond the work in the moment. It continues. The stories of these children is just the magnitude of what they have been through and the trauma that they have been subjected to. I think it's really unimaginable. So I think a lot of people would not really understand the importance of art therapy in their lives, but it's vital, it's essential.
Hello, my name is Mereba, and I just want to say thank you to Beauty for Freedom for having me perform tonight. It's an honor and a beautiful thing to support an organization that has a way of making beautiful things out of complicated experiences, and I happen to do something very similar with my music, and I've worked through really difficult and traumatic experiences through my form of creativity, and it's just a gift to be able to share it today in this way through this platform. So thank you so much again for having me, and please continue the beautiful work that you're doing, and I will do the same. And this song is called Kinfolk. It's getting late, I'm still awake and the morning's rushing like a wave, gonna find some sleep someday. Dirty speakers screaming in her face, and the teachers keeping some secret safe. That's why we read between the pages. I've been chilling with my kinfolk. We've been puffing on the blunt smoke, digging for our hidden treasures. And don't you see, we got what no money could measure, and we could be free if we peep the hidden treasures. Ooh, chasing fate just like a train, not gonna save my love for no rainy day. I'll never find no peace that way. No, no, no. So I've been chilling with my kinfolk. We've been puffing on the blunt smoke, digging for our hidden treasures. Yeah, yeah. And don't you see, we got what no money could measure. No money, no money, no money, and we could be free. Peep the hidden treasures. Alright, so I've been chilling with my kinfolk. We've been puffing on the blunt smoke, digging for our hidden treasure. So this next song is super exclusive. It's from a new project I'm working on, and it's called News Come. And I think the lyrics speak for themselves, so here we go. Freedom for my people is urgent. Tell me, who are you serving? Tell them all the facts and they curve them. Guess the truth is a burden. Wipe the shit out like detergent. Either that or we burn it. 'Cause freedom for my people is urgent. Think you know we deserve it. News come, news go. Still we fight when the screen's closed. News come, news go. Still we fight when the screen's frozen. News come, news go. Still we fight when they won't show it. Yeah. News come, news go. Still we fight till the lights on. I see the future. I see so clearly. I see the vision inside the children. I see so clearly. I see the future. It's green and lovely. It's waiting on me. News come, news go. Still we fight when the screen's closed. Yeah. News come, news go. Still we fight when the screen's frozen. Yeah. News come, news go. Still we fight when they won't show us. Yeah. News come, news go. Still we fight till the lights on. Knows just what he could be, but he's taking his time. He's a late bloomer, he lives in the in-between, but he's getting it right, like the slowest growing flower. He's a century to your hour. And he taking his time, 'cause late bloomers still rise. She's a late bloomer, she knows just what she could be, but she's taking her time, yeah. At first she started to see, and she proceeded to cut the weeds. Now she's
facing the sky like the slowest growing flower. She's a century to your hour, and she's taking her time, yeah. 'Cause late bloomers still rise like the slowest growing flower. She's a century to your hour, and she's taking her time, alright. 'Cause late bloomers still rise. Ooh.
That one was called Late Bloomer.
My name is Zeke Thomas. I am a survivor of sexual assault and rape. I came out publicly with my story on Good Morning America in 2017. I don't believe that I was ready to go public and step into that moment, but I believe, like most survivors and victims, we just want to scream it out. And I was able to scream it out to millions, not realizing the impact that my story would have on the masses. Today's global estimates of victims of human trafficking ranges between 25 million and 40 million people. Given the hidden nature of human trafficking, it is almost impossible to understand the full scope and scale of the issue. I would like to introduce Teresa through this Her Story live stream. We had the unique opportunity to uplift work of the SOAP Save Our Adolescents from Prostitution Project, an organization that brings abolitionists together to fight sex trafficking at large events within our communities.
Hi, Zeke. Thanks so much for that. I really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here and to be able to inspire and share my story and what we're doing to help rescue others. I came from an upper middle class neighborhood or family. I wasn't a runaway, nothing bad in my family, which a lot of people kind of assume if you're trafficked that, you come from that kind of a environment, and I wasn't. We moved every 2 years because of my dad's work as an executive. I was always the new girl and always, searching out for friends. By my freshman year of high school, we moved to a suburb outside of Detroit called Birmingham, Michigan. Pretty soon, a cute boy started paying a lot of attention to me. So about 6 months into this, we called that courting, but actually this was grooming. I ran to my locker to get a notebook I needed later, and he was standing there and said, "Hey, would you like a ride home from school today?" As we pull out of the high school parking lot, he turned right and I lived left. And I was like, wait, you know, I live the opposite way. And he said, I know, I just need to go home and grab something that I forgot. He just simply said, I like you. And that's all it took. I just was like, okay, I believed everybody was good. And I went inside and he showed me around. He offered me a soda and I took it. I thought that was very nice of him. And unfortunately, that led to me getting drugged and raped that day. I decided not to tell my mom. I decided just to keep it to myself and everything would be okay. And that was the wrong decision because then a few days later, he came to me with an envelope full of photos. They said, you know, we will kill your family if you don't do what we say. At midnight, usually, they would call my house, my private phone in my room, and demand that I appear immediately. And I would sneak out of the house and go, and they would essentially take me to really nice, rich homes all around the city of Detroit and sell me to people, to men. I would be taken into homes where I would have to wait man after man. And then around 3 or 4 in the morning, they would take me home and I would sneak back inside and I would go to sleep for a few hours and go to school the next day. Nobody knew that, you know, a kid from the suburbs in high school was being trafficked. So that's essentially what happened.
We always like to say we don't want to let our abuser win or take our power. But for me, there became a time when it was no longer my abuser who had taken my power. I had now submitted to my own self and didn't have self-worth for myself and had just pretty much given up. So I had to take my own power back that, yes, had been wounded. So I just want to ask, you know, what made you fully commit to healing to get you to the place today where we can have this conversation and then talk about your organization?
Once I came to terms with it, I was bound and determined that I was not going to let them win my whole life. And I went to a human trafficking conference and learned about trafficking as a social worker, not even for myself. And I realized that this was my story, and I never knew that. Because even though I tried to go to counselor after counselor, because I knew something was wrong with me, I did the same things. I fell down that path of self-medicating, of drinking too much, and it was really a call for help. And it took me getting educated on this issue to realize that I did not want my story to end like that. I just felt very adamant that I could not let this happen to another single person now that I knew what it was called. I knew that it was my calling to do this, to give a voice to this and help me find my voice again. For so many years in it, they threaten you against speaking. And then all those years trying to talk and not having the words, finally I had the support and the words, and I knew this was really key to my healing. So I started speaking out all across the country, but I had one rule, and that rule was that I would never speak in Michigan because my traffickers still live there, and I was still afraid that nothing had ever happened to them, no persecution. And so, and I was just, I wasn't ready. I wasn't strong enough for that. And then I kept meeting survivor after survivor who had been trafficked through Detroit. And after a few years, I realized, and getting good counseling during this, that it was time to wake Michigan up to this. They didn't have any laws against human trafficking. And I met a senator, and she asked me what she could do for me and all the other victims out there. What gift could she give me? And I said, you know, we need to go after the traffickers. We need to go after the men buying these girls. My justice comes in the form of educating people and trying to rescue those out there and helping survivors heal. And so after that, she passed 21 bills through the Senate in Michigan and passed laws against it. And I felt really empowered that my voice could do something. So I decided to go back to Michigan and to accept a speaking engagement. On my way home that night from the speaking engagement, I got lost that night, and I really lost it. I had a meltdown. I was triggered by all the names of the towns that I saw on those signs on the highway, and I couldn't find my way. And I just wanted to go home to my kids and hug them. And then I remembered this young girl, Sophie, who had been emailing me because a lot of survivors had started reaching out to me. Her mom had sold her when she was 4 to this mafia group to be trafficked. And so I started thinking of Sophie as I was driving through Detroit, and I was thinking of how many Sophies are out there and how many Teresas there are. And I started thinking about, my worst night of being auctioned off in that motel in Detroit. And I thought, this is ridiculous. This cannot happen anymore in this day and age. Maybe instead of just talking about this at events, we should be going after her in her worst moment. And I could understand that. And so I thought, well, why not get this hotline number out to these girls, because they don't know there's a hotline number. There was no hotline number when I was being trafficked. So as I'm driving through Detroit, I'm thinking, this is what we need to do. I decided we would get this hotline number out to her in her worst moment in those motels being sold. And I would have people help me do this, and that I would put it on a bar of soap, because in those nasty motels, there's very little. And yet she goes into the bathroom to wash up after each man. And that in the bathroom many times is the only time she's alone, and that this would be the key. And that we could also educate motel and hotel owners on the signs of this. Maybe they don't know either. And there's a lot of missing kids. My parents didn't know that I was missing that night. Had they gotten up and checked my bed at 2 a.m, they would have seen that I wasn't there. And so that's how SOAP was born, was on a night of kind of despair for me, of a crossroads. And I decided we were gonna help find her and help her know that there is somebody that she can talk to.
How has SOAP pivoted during the pandemic, and what does the future hold for your program?
Part of our mission is to get out there to her. And this is generally during big sporting events, big events, where we get volunteers to come and help us label soap and to take out missing children's posters to hotels. We have come up with a really cool model to be able to do soap in a COVID-friendly manner. We are starting a drive-through soap where people will be able to get trained online on how to do soap and on human trafficking. And then they'll be able to come to a location where we're hosting it. They'll be able to pull up their car, pop up their trunk, and us put the materials in it. And with a mask, they can still go to the hotels and deliver the soaps and the missing children's posters. So we're excited to be able to start this in the next few months. We will pilot it in Columbus. But we will still be at the Super Bowl in January. We will be in Tampa. We have some amazing partners. So nothing is going to stop us from getting out there and reaching her. The other thing that this has done for us is part of our mission is to help survivors heal and to restore them. And so we've done a lot of work on that since COVID because it's been very triggering for survivors being stuck inside. Having to wear masks is very triggering. And so we've done a lot of online work with survivors, and we're still going to be holding our retreat in November, where we're having 28 survivors from around the country come and be able to get poured into and learn some good tools on how to heal.
One final question that I have for you is, what does her story mean to you? And how do you feel about the platform Collective created by Beauty for Freedom?
Her story really allows, I'm gonna cry here, us to find our voice again and take that back, and it empowers us. And by sharing stories, it allows other people to really see what's going on in the world and to be able to say, enough is enough. We need to stop this, or great work, how can I help? So her story allows us to find our voice again, to yell it from a mountaintop, and to get it out to more people than I could do just sitting here by myself. So I appreciate everything that her story is doing, and I hope that this continues, and I can't wait to hear everybody else's story too.
Yes, me as well. And what her story means to me, especially after talking to you, Teresa, is love, and love of a community of survivors. We all have different stories, but we all have a similar shared experience. And we also all have a shared goal of healing. And all our journeys, will be different. There is the path. I like to say the path isn't always a straight line, but we all have to move in the direction of forward.
The creative industry in Uganda is booming now. There's a lot of young creatives that are getting on the scene that are making amazing work.
Now we are opening their eyes. Everyone has got their creativity. They can create beautiful things.
We do it in different communities, going around teaching different art skills, fashion, dance, also craftsmanship, but also hidden in that, we want to preserve culture. So we teach people about their cultures and how they can use them to drive towards a positive change. we are inspired by African culture and tradition, fused together with a futuristic enthusiasm. So our garments, they are basically inspired by craftsmanship and sustainability. That's the root. But also we like to use natural fabrics like the bark cloth and the shells. And we like to use recycled fabrics that we get from the second-hand market in Uganda. It's called the Owino Market. This is where all the second-hand clothes are brought in from wherever they got, and then they're dumped here in Uganda. But then there are some fabrics that end up in landfill that are really nice, and we like to use those.
The materials that I use mostly affect people living in the slums. So when someone passes, they can easily see these things and they get inspired as well. And you know how fellow youths use these materials. For example, the tires, they are used to set thieves on fire. Yeah? That is mob justice. And they use them while demonstration. They have got bad things that are touched. So I want to bring this positive impact. I want to show them that tire can give life, polythene can give life. Uganda is an agricultural country. People don't know how to manage waste well. These materials end up in water trenches. People experience floods. The creative industry, to me, with our innovators, they're doing their job. Only that they are facing many, many challenges. But of course, we can't stop because of the challenges. We'll find a way how to overcome them.
We meet different people, different cultures, and we share. Actually, we are not teaching only, but we are also being taught, like different cultures, like the Batwa teach us their way of life. And all this contributes to the design process, I would say. Yeah.
I just feel Uganda is so free. You can do whatever you want, yeah?
Wisdom comes walking here every day. She calls to the corners. I shift and I sway just to then hide my face and go back to counting my silver.
He can sometimes be a little flirty and aggressive. It's so harmless.
You look like you fuck photography.
Can you just sleep with him so we can get a break?
You make me want to go to jail.
You suck my dick while I take photos.
You need to leave now. Your tears are turning me on.
You need to learn how to get changed in front of people. He would never actually do it. It's so hard.
Get all the jobs you have to do, my favourite.
Are you virgin? I think you need a good chat.
Yeah, that's sexy. Hold it there. That's so sexy.
Very nice. Keep going.
Take one, yeah.
Home is the safe place. Home is the place you can be free.
Oh, I got over. How did I make it over?
Our family, we're proud to say that we're descendants of Mahalia Jackson. So I just feel like I was just set off to be in the fashion and entertainment industry. I just remember growing up watching my aunt as a model, and I wanted to be in the fashion industry from then on.
Growing up, I felt like my parents have both always been so influential when it comes to fashion. I remember looking at myself in baby books and seeing me, my mom, and my dad wearing matching outfits from Tommy Hilfiger and Nautica and Polo. They always had like a specific aesthetic that was just fly to me. And then the women in my family have always been so fly, and I feel like my mom has always made it her own and has been very influential and inspirational when it comes to fashion.
Starting modeling at the age of 10, you don't hear about it as often. I went to an open casting and I was nervous. You state your name, where you're from, you do a little walk. I remember doing a little walk. I loved, taking pictures, just the whole atmosphere. I was just engulfed in it. I felt like it was where I belonged and I never wanted to leave. My dad was a professional athlete and we had to leave because of his career and just traveled so much. So I didn't get a real balanced modeling career, but I've never left the game and, certain components of it all.
At first it was kind of scary because you just never know what could happen when you're away from home. And I feel like us being millennials, we're taught to, home is the safe place, home is the place where, you know, you can be free. But I remember once I left home, I feel like that kind of was amplified. I mean, me and my family have always been so super close. So once I got to LA at 17 by myself, I said, listen, if I am going to be away from my family, I'm going to sacrifice and I'm going to make sure that I work hard and be able to provide for my family one day. I think we all could say that it was tough at first, but it was so worth it considering the way my mom and dad raised me. And I feel very proud to say that they believe in me and support me with everything I do.
You know, being Black in the fashion industry, I can remember when I did start modeling and I didn't feel that I was seen as much as my white counterparts. They would get more campaigns. If I was included in a campaign, most of the time it would be just me. We need to speak on this. Just being that token. You know what I mean? And you feel blessed that you've gotten this role or this campaign or this commercial, whatever it is. But then you're like, you know, it would be nice if I could see more people that look like me here. That's why at 6 a.m., we believe in having models of all ethnicities and background because we are all beautiful. I can say that as a scout and a mother agent, I'm so attracted to a skin color that's even darker than my shade just because I wish I could have seen it more. I am proud to have seen where we were before and where it is now, and I hope that I'll be around to see it go even further and just everyone be inclusive in this industry because we're all so beautiful.
Growing up and like, you know, seeing so many models who were of color, you know, paved the way, and I'm so thankful for people like Naomi Campbell, Beth Ann Hardison, Iman, Tyson Beckford, Donna Sposo, Sean Ross, you know, I could go on, but so many models have worked so hard. And I remember having a conversation with Edward Inningful when I started modeling, and he told me you're gonna have to work twice as hard, right? It didn't hit me until I started going overseas and working and seeing more European models get casted than, you know, models of color. And I feel like once I starred in the first Black Gucci campaign, things started to change. People's perception of casting one model, one Black model, one Asian model, and then 3 other white models, that started to break off. People started to change the narrative. To be a part of that moment in history really is a blessing because I personally feel as though this should have been happening. I remember back in the day, they did an all-Black Vogue Italia. Every single page was of Black models in Vogue Italia. We should have more of that. Let's push the narrative more. Let's get more people of color behind the scenes. Let's get more Black casting directors, photographers, stylists, producers, hairstylists. I think another way to continue pushing this narrative and pushing this change is if we put people of color in position of power to make those decisions. That's when we will continue to further the change in the narrative and the evolution of fashion. Her story, the story of the woman, the story of the mother is so, so powerful and needed. And I always wonder why it's so overlooked, considering the life that women give, literally, to the world, and, you know, the energy and the spirit that comes from the divine feminine. It's really just an honor for me to be here, you know, giving my 2 cents and my story, you know, as a male, but I'm representing my mom, who is such a strong, powerful woman, who's a loyal woman, who has always held it down in my family. Those qualities of woman is what I want in my wife.
It really feels good for me to be a part of her story so I can continue to take care of my responsibility in my community, for my community, to continue to make dreams come true and support those that have the grassroots organizations that can take us to the next level. I know some don't believe that the change is going to happen. The change is here, The change is now. The change is her story.
Fear's what made me suppress my light, succumb to my lower nature. Fear's a choice.
What did I do? Baby, it's what you said. What did I say? Go to sleep, go to bed. Where would I go? If I wake up, you ain't there. If you really love me, you should think about letting me know. I love you. I love
To call a foreign place my home, to feel the energy of my ancestors in a place I have never been, to see my reflection in a culture that is both new to me and so familiar, to leave and to find my way back. A destiny no one can take from me, a destiny that has been written before my first breath, a space of endless energy, joy, beauty, peace, sadness, anxiety, trauma, and everything in between. But isn't that life and everything it encompasses? While I know the trauma of my history, I want to explore the joy. The world isn't perfect, but I still choose to pass down joy and freedom to a generation instead of the trauma of our past. Choosing love instead of fear is a risk, but truthfully, it's a risk we have to take. To leave and to find our way back, to see a home in a foreign place.
Shadogiri, majere ye buwo, majere buwo. Jederu rubiba, terrible to offend ye.
Mercy Sellers. We are creating a legacy. Family and faith are the cornerstones of our daily life. We bring that into the love we have for the very soil, the land, and the grapes we cultivate. We bring that love to you, and we want to share what we have. Tonight, for every bottle of Mercy you purchase, 10% of the proceeds will be donated to Beauty for Freedom. Beauty for Freedom is one of the few grassroots organizations in the United States founded by a woman of color. She's fighting to eradicate human trafficking. Have a heart. Have mercy.
Lips wet from a red, red wine.
Thank you.
Sister told me another brother done died. I got one question for you, baby. Where were you?
I was so lonely, babe.
I was so lonely, baby.
I was so lonely.
I was so lonely.
I was so lonely. Lonely in my
Don't hear your skin, but you hear mine. I hear your silence when you look mine. I got one question for you, baby. Where were you? So lonely, baby. I was so lonely, baby. I was so lonely. I've been so tired of defending myself. So tired, baby. You keep making my skin to cry. You don't seem to care about my life. I wanna know where all this so-called weeping now. Where are all my eyes? So lonely, so bright fair. I'll do
yeah, there. Lying, oh baby, now you ain't so free. Oh, silver circle, lighting round in the dark. Look at the peace you found. Looks like a thing. Oh, free, free from all care. You're free, yeah. Yeah, mama. After you shine, while the darkest in the world burns under your loneliness. Like to teach me how. I'm gonna teach you, baby. Shine the way. Shine the way. You do. You do. No matter how green the sky. Hey, green moon, bright face. How do you hang? Looks like you hang. Talk to me now. Free from all care. Oh, yeah. You found a way to stay alive. You found a way to stay alive. While all the stars fall. While all the stars fall by your side. Pick up the sun. Sometimes feels somehow